Now? I suppose so. It has to be in order, Colonel Graff. Armies don't move because a commander says, I suppose it's time to attack. I'm not a commander. I'm a teacher of little children. Colonel, sir, I admit I was on you. I admit I was a pain in the ass. But it worked. Everything worked just like you wanted it to. The last few weeks, Ender's even been happy. Content. He's doing well. His mind is keen. His play is excellent. Young as he is, we've never had a boy better prepared for command. Usually they go at 11, but at 9.5 he's top flight. Well, yes. For a few minutes there, it actually occurred to me to wonder what kind of man would heal a broken child of some of his hurt, just so he could throw him back into battle again. A little private moral dilemma. Please overlook it. I was tired. Saving the world, remember? Call him in. We're doing what must be done, Colonel Graff. Come on, Anderson. You're just dying to see how he handles all those rigged games I had you work out. That's a pretty low thing to... So I'm a low kind of guy. Come on, Major. We're both the scum of the earth. I'm dying to see how he handles them, too. After all, our lives depend on him doing real well. Nay? You're starting to use the boy's slang, are you? I call him in, Major. I'll dump the rosters into his files and give him his security system. What we're doing to him isn't all bad, you know. He gets his privacy again. Isolation, you mean. The loneliness of power. Go call him in. Yes, sir. I'll be back with him in 15 minutes. Goodbye. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. I hope you had fun. I hope you had a nice time being happy, Ender. It might be the last time you get time in your life. Welcome, little boy. Your dear Uncle Graff has plans for you. Ender knew what was happening from the moment they brought him in. Everyone expected him to go to Commander early. Perhaps not this early, but he had topped the standings almost continuously for 3 years. No one else was remotely close to him, and his evening practices had become the most prestigious group in the school. There were some who wondered why the teachers had waited this long. He wondered which army they'd give him. 3 commanders were graduating soon, including Petra, but it was beyond hope for them to give him Phoenix Army. No one ever succeeded to command of the same army he was in when he was promoted. Anderson took him first to his new quarters. That sealed it. Only commanders had private quarters. Then he had him fitted for new uniforms and a new flash suit. He looked on the forms to discover the name of his army. Dragon, said the form. There was no dragon army. I've never heard of this dragon army, Ender said. That's because there hasn't been a dragon army in 4 years. We discontinued the name because there was a superstition about it. No dragon army in the history of the battle school ever won even a third of its games. It got to be a joke. Well, why are you reviving it now? We had a lot of extra uniforms to use up. Graff sat at his desk looking fatter and wearier than the last time Ender had seen him. He handed Ender his hook, the small box that allowed commanders to go where they wanted in the battle room during practices. Some said they worked magnetically, some said it was gravity. Many times during his evening practice sessions, Ender had wished that he had a hook instead of having to rebound off walls to get where he wanted to go. Now that he'd got quite deft at maneuvering without one, here it was. It only works, Anderson pointed out, during your regularly scheduled practice sessions. Since Ender already planned to have extra practices, it meant the hook would only be useful some of the time. It also explained why so many commanders never held extra practices. They depended on the hook, and it wouldn't do anything for them during the extra times. If they felt that the hook was their authority, their power over the other boys, then they were even less likely to work without it. That's an advantage I'll have over some of my enemies, Ender thought. Graff's official welcome speech sounded bored and over-rehearsed. Only at the end did he begin to sound interested in his own words. We're doing something unusual with the Dragon Army. I hope you don't mind. We've assembled a new army by advancing the equivalent of an entire launch course early and delaying the graduation of quite a few advanced students. I think you'll be pleased with the quality of your soldiers. I hope you are, because we're forbidding you to transfer any of them. No trades? Asked Ender. It was how commanders always shored up their weak points, by trading around. None. You see, you've been conducting your extra practice sessions for 3 years now. You have a following. Many good soldiers would put unfair pressure on their commanders to trade them into your army. We have given you an army that can, in time, be competitive. We have no intention of letting you dominate unfairly. What if I got a soldier I just can't get along with? Get along with him. Graff closed his eyes. Anderson stood up, and the interview was over. Dragon was assigned the colors gray, orange, gray. Ender changed into his flash suit, then followed the ribbons of light until he came to the barracks that contained his army. They were already milling around near the entrance. Ender took charge at once. Bunking will be arranged by seniority. Veterans to the back of the room, newest soldiers to the front. It was the reverse of the usual pattern, and Ender knew it. He also knew that he didn't intend to be like many commanders, who never even saw the younger boys because they were always in the back. As they sorted themselves out according to their arrival dates, Ender walked up and down the aisle. Almost 30 of his soldiers were new, straight out of their launch group, completely inexperienced in battle. Some were even underage. The ones nearest the door were pathetically small. Ender reminded himself that that's how he must have looked to Bonzo Madrid when he first arrived. Still, Bonzo had only one underage soldier to cope with. Not one of the veterans belonged to Ender's elite practice group. Not one had ever been a toon leader. None, in fact, was older than Ender himself, which meant that even his veterans didn't have more than 18 months' experience. Some he didn't even recognize. They had made so little impression. They recognized Ender, of course, since he was the most celebrated soldier in the school. And some, Ender could see, resented him. At least they did me one favor. None of my soldiers is older than me. As soon as each soldier had a bunk, Ender ordered them to put on their flash suits and come to practice. We're on the morning schedule, straight to practice after breakfast. Officially, you have a free hour between breakfast and practice. We'll see what happens after I find out how good you are. After 3 minutes, many of them still weren't dressed. He ordered them out of the room. But I'm naked, said one boy. Dress faster next time. 3 minutes from the first call to running out the door. That's the rule this week. Next week the rule is 2 minutes. Move. It would soon be a joke in the rest of the school that Dragon Army was so dumb they had to practice getting dressed. 5 of the boys were completely naked, carrying their flash suits as they ran through the corridors. Few were fully dressed. They attracted a lot of attention as they passed open classroom doors. No one would be late again if he could help it. The corridors leading to the battle room, Ender made them run back and forth in the halls, as fast as they were sweating a little, while the naked ones got dressed. He led them to the upper door, the one that opened into the middle of the battle room, just like the doors in the actual games. Then he made them jump up and use the ceiling handholds to hurl themselves into the room. Assemble on the far wall, he said, as if you're going for the enemy's gate. They revealed themselves as they jumped, 4 at a time, through the door. Almost none knew how to establish a direct line to the target. When they reached the far wall, few of the new ones had any idea how to catch on or even control their rebounds. The last boy was a small kid, obviously underage. There was no way he was going to reach the ceiling handhold. You can use the side handhold if you want, Ender said. Go suck on it, said the boy. He took a flying leap, touched the ceiling handhold with a fingertip, hurtled through the door with no control at all, spinning in 3 directions at once. Ender tried to decide whether to like the little kid for refusing to take a concession or to be annoyed at his insubordinate attitude. They finally got themselves along the wall. Ender noticed that without exception they had lined up with their heads still in the direction that they had been up in the corridor. So Ender deliberately took hold of what they were treating as a floor and dangled from it upside down. Why are you upside down, soldier? He demanded. Some of them started to turn the other way. Attention! They held still. I said, why are you upside down? No one answered. They didn't know what he expected. I said, why does every one of you have his feet in the air and his head towards the ground? Finally, one of them spoke. Sir, this is the direction we were coming out of the door. Well, what difference is that supposed to make? What difference does it make what the gravity was back in the corridor? Are we going to fight in the corridor? Is there any gravity here? No, sir, no, sir! From now on, you forget about gravity before you go through the door. The old gravity is gone, erased. Understand me? Whatever your gravity is when you get to the door, remember, the enemy's gate is down. Your feet are toward the enemy gate. Up is toward your own gate. North is that way, south is that way, east is that way, west is that. What way? They pointed. That's what I expected. The only process you've mastered so far is the process of elimination, and the only reason you've mastered that is because you can do it in the toilet. What was the circus I saw out here? Did you call that forming up? Did you call that flying? Now everybody, launch and form up on the ceiling. Right now, move! As Ender expected, a good number of them instinctively launched not towards the wall with the door on it, but toward the wall that Ender had called north, the direction that had been up when they were in the corridor. Of course, they quickly realized their mistake, but too late. They had to wait to change things until they had rebounded off the north wall. In the meantime, Ender was mentally grouping them into slow learners and fast learners. The littlest kid, the one who had been last out of the door, was the first to arrive at the correct wall, and he called himself adroitly. Then they had been right to advance him. He'd do well. He was also cocky and rebellious, and probably resented the fact that he had been one of the ones Ender had sent naked through the corridors. You, Ender said, pointing at the small one. Which way is down? Toward the enemy door. The answer was quick. It was also surly, as if to say, Okay, now get on with the important stuff. Name, kid? This soldier's name is Bean, sir. Get that for size or for brains? The other boys laughed a little. Well, Bean, you're right on to things. Now listen to me, because this matters. Nobody's going to get through that door without a good chance of getting hit. In the old days, you had 10, 20 seconds before you even had to move. Now, if you aren't already streaming out the door, when the enemy comes out, you're frozen. Now what happens when you're frozen? Can't move, one of the boys said. That's what frozen means, Ender said, but what happens to you? It was Bean, not intimidated at all, who answered intelligently. You keep going in the direction you started in, at the speed you were going when you were flashed. That's true. You 5 there on the end. Move. Startled, the boys looked at each other. Ender flashed them all. Next 5. Move. They moved. Ender flashed them too, but they kept moving, headed towards the walls. The first 5 were drifting uselessly near the main group. Look at these so-called soldiers, Ender said. Their commander ordered them to move, and now look at them. Not only are they frozen, they're frozen right here, where they can get in the way, while the other soldiers, because they moved when they were ordered, are frozen down there, plugging up the enemy lanes, blocking the enemy's vision. I imagine about 5 of you have understood the point of this, and no doubt Bean is one of them. Right, Bean? He didn't answer at first. Ender looked at him until he said, Right, sir. Then what is the point? When you are ordered to move, move fast, so that if you get iced, you'll bounce around instead of getting in the way of your own army's operations. Excellent. At least I have one soldier who can figure things out. Ender could see resentment growing in the way the other soldiers shifted their weight and glanced at each other, the way they avoided looking at Bean. Why am I doing this? What does this have to do with being a good commander, making one of the boys the target of all the others? Just because they did it to me, why should I do it to him? Ender wanted to undo his taunting of the boy, wanted to tell the others that the little one needed their help and friendship more than anyone else. But of course, Ender couldn't do that. Not on the first day. On the first day, even his mistakes had to look like part of a brilliant plan. Ender hooked himself nearer the wall, and pulled one of the boys away from the others. Keep your body straight, towards the others. When the boy kept moving his body, Ender flashed him. The others laughed. How much of his body could you shoot? Ender asked a boy directly under the frozen soldier's feet. Mostly all I can hit is his feet. Ender turned to the boy next to him. What about you? I can see his body. And you? A boy farther down the wall answered. All of him. Feet aren't very big. Not much protection. Ender pushed the frozen soldier out of the way. Then he doubled his legs under his arms as if he were kneeling mid-air and flashed his own legs. Immediately, the legs of his suit went rigid, holding them in that position. Ender twisted himself in the air so that he knelt above the other boys. What do you see? He asked. A lot less, they said. Ender thrust his gun between his legs. I can see fine, he said, and proceeded to flash the boys directly under him. Stop me, he shouted. Try and flash me. They finally did, but not until he had flashed more than a third of them. He thumbed his hook and thawed himself and every other frozen soldier. Now, he said, which way is the enemy's gate? Down. And what's our attack position? Some started to answer with words, but Bean answered by flipping himself away from the wall, with his legs doubled under him, straight towards the opposite wall, flashing between his legs all the way. For a moment, Ender wanted to shout at him, to punish him, then he caught himself, rejecting the ungenerous impulse. Why should I be so angry at this little boy? Why should I be so angry? Mwah. Why should I be so angry at this little boy? Is Bean the only one who knows how? Ender shouted. Immediately, the entire army pushed off towards the opposite wall, kneeling in the air, firing between their legs, shouting at the top of their lungs. There may be a time, thought Ender, when this is exactly the strategy I'll need. 40 screaming boys in an unbalancing attack. When they were all at the other side, Ender called for them to attack him all at once. Yes, thought Ender, not bad. They gave me an untrained army with no excellent veterans, but at least it isn't a crop of fools. I can work with this. When they were assembled again, laughing and exhilarated, Ender began the real work. He had them freeze their legs in the kneeling position. Now, what are your legs good for in combat? Nothing, said some boys. Bean doesn't think so, said Ender. They're the best way to push off walls. Right, said Ender. The other boys started to complain that pushing off walls was movement, not combat. There is no combat without movement, Ender said. They fell silent and hated Bean a little more. Now, with your legs frozen like this, can you push off walls? No one dared answer, for fear they'd be wrong. Bean? Asked Ender. I've never tried it, but maybe if you faced a wall and doubled over at the waist. Right, but wrong. Watch me. My back's to the wall, legs are frozen. Since I'm kneeling, my feet are against the wall. Usually when you push off, you have to push downward, but you string out your body behind you like a string bean, right? Laughter. But with my legs frozen, I use pretty much the same force, pushing downward from the hips and thighs, only now it pushes my shoulders and my feet backwards. Laughter. But with my legs frozen, I use pretty much the same force, pushing downward from the hips and thighs, only now it pushes my shoulders and my feet backward, shoots out my hips, and when I come loose, my body's tight, nothing stringing out behind me. Watch this. Ender forced his hips forward, which shot him away from the wall. In a moment, he readjusted his position and was kneeling, legs downward, rushing toward the opposite wall. He landed on his knees, flipped over on his back, and jackknifed off the wall in another direction. Shoot me, he shouted. Then he set himself spinning in the air as he took a course roughly parallel to the boys along the far wall. Because he was spinning, they couldn't get a continuous beam on him. He thawed his suit and hooked himself back to them. That's what we're working on for the first half hour today. Build up some muscles you didn't know you had. Learn to use your legs as a shield and control your movement so you can get that spin. Spinning doesn't do any good up close, but far away they can't hurt you if you're spinning. At that distance, the beam has to hit the same spot for a couple of moments, and if you're spinning, it can't happen. Now, freeze yourself and get started. Aren't you going to assign lanes? Asked a boy. No, I'm not going to assign lanes. I want you bumping into each other and learning how to deal with it all the time, except when we're practicing formations. And then I'll usually have you bump into each other on purpose. Now move! When he said move, they moved. Ender was the last one out after practice. Since he stayed to help some of the slower ones improve on technique, they'd had good teachers, but the inexperienced soldiers fresh out of their launch groups were completely helpless when it came to doing 2 or 3 things at the same time. It was fine to practice jackknifing with frozen legs. They had no trouble maneuvering in mid-air. But to launch in one direction, fire in another, spin twice, rebound with a jackknife off a wall, and come out firing, facing the right direction, that was beyond them. Drill, drill, drill. That's all Ender would be able to do with them for a while. Strategies and formations were nice, but they were nothing if the soldiers didn't know how to handle themselves in battle. He had to get this army ready now. He was early at being a commander, and the teachers were changing the rules now, not letting him trade, giving him no top-notch veterans. There was no guarantee they'd give him the usual 3 months to get his army together before sending them into battle. At least in the evenings he'd have Eli and Shen to help him train the new boys. He was still in the corridor leading out of the battle room when he found himself face to face with little Bean. Bean looked angry. Ender didn't want problems right now. Ho, Bean. Ho, Ender. Pause. Sir, Ender said softly. Sir, Ender said softly. I know what you're doing, Ender, sir, and I'm warning you. Warning me? I can be the best man you've got, but don't play games with me. Or what? Or I'll be the worst man you've got. One or the other. And what do you want? Love and kisses? Ender was getting angry now. Bean looked unworried. I want a tune. Ender walked back to him and stood looking down into his eyes. Why should you get a tune? Because I'd know what to do with it. Knowing what to do with a tune is easy, Ender said. It's getting them to do it that's hard. Why would any soldier want to follow a little pinprick like you? They used to call you that, I hear. I hear Bonzo Madrid still does. I asked you a question, soldier. I'll earn the respect, sir, if you don't stop me. Ender grinned. I'm helping you. Like hell, said Bean. Nobody would notice you except to feel sorry for the little kid, but I made sure they all noticed you today. They'll be watching every move you make. All you have to do is earn their respect now is be perfect. So I don't even get a chance to learn before I'm being judged? Poor kid. Nobody's treating him fair. Ender gently pushed Bean back against the wall. I'll tell you how to get a tune. Prove to me you know what you're doing as a soldier. Prove to me you know how to use the other soldiers, and then prove to me that somebody's willing to follow you into battle. Then I'll get you your tune. But not bloody well until. Bean smiled. That's fair. If you actually work that way, I'll be a tune leader in a month. Ender reached down and grabbed the front of his uniform and shoved him into the wall. When I say I work a certain way, Bean, then that's the way I work. Bean just smiled. Ender let go of him and walked away. When he got to his room, he lay down on his bed and trembled. What am I doing? My first practice session, and I'm already bullying people the way Bonzo did. And Peter shoving people around, picking on some poor little kid so the others will have somebody they all hate. Sickening. Everything I hated in a commander, and I'm doing it. Is it some law of human nature that you inevitably become whatever your first commander was? I can quit right now if that's so. Over and over he thought of the things he did and said in his first practice with his new army. Why couldn't he talk like he always did in his evening practice group? No authority except excellence. Never had to give orders, just made suggestions. But that wouldn't work, not with an army. His informal practice group didn't have to learn to do things together. They didn't have to develop a group feeling. They never had to learn how to hold together and trust each other in battle. They didn't have to respond instantly to commands. And he could go to the other extreme, too. He could be as lax and incompetent as Rose the Nose if he wanted. He could make stupid mistakes no matter what he did. He had to have discipline, and that meant demanding, and getting quick, decisive obedience. He had to have a well-trained army, and that meant drilling the soldiers over and over again, long after they thought they had mastered a technique, until it was so natural to them that they didn't even have to think about it anymore. But what was this thing with Bean? Why had he gone for the smallest, weakest? Why had he done to Bean what had been done to Ender by commanders that he despised? Then he remembered that it hadn't begun with his commanders. Before Rose and Bonzo treated him with contempt, he had been isolated in his launch group. And it wasn't Bernard who began that either. It was Graf. It was the teachers who had done it. And it wasn't an accident. Ender realized that now. It was a strategy. Graf had deliberately set him up to be separate from the other boys, made it impossible for him to be close to them, and he began now to suspect the reasons behind it. It wasn't to unify the rest of the group. In fact, it was divisive. Graf had isolated Ender to make him struggle, to make him prove not that he was competent, but that he was far better than everyone else. That was the only way he could win respect and friendship. It made him a better soldier than he would have ever been otherwise. It also made him lonely, afraid, angry, untrusting. And maybe those traits too made him a better soldier. That's what I'm doing to you, Bean. I'm hurting you to make you a better soldier in every way, to sharpen your wit, to intensify your effort, to keep you off balance, never sure what's going to happen next, so you always have to be ready for anything, ready to improvise, determined to win no matter what. I'm also making you miserable. That's why they brought you to me, Bean, so you could be just like me, so you could grow up to be just like the old man. And me, am I supposed to grow up like Graf? Fat and sour and unfeeling, manipulating the lives of little boys so they turn out factory-perfect generals and admirals, ready to lead the fleet in defense of the homeland? You get all the pleasures of the puppeteer, until you get a soldier who can do more than anyone else. You can't have that. It spoils the symmetry. You must get him in line. Break him down, isolate him, beat him until he gets in line with everyone else. Well, what I've done to you this day, Bean, I've done. But I'll be watching you, more compassionately than you know, and when the time is right, you'll find that I'm your friend, and you are the soldier you want to be. Ender did not go to classes that afternoon. He lay on his bunk and wrote down his impressions of each of the boys in his army. The things he noticed right about then, the things that needed more work. In practice tonight, he would talk with Eli, and they'd figure out ways to teach small groups things they needed to know. At least he wouldn't be in this thing alone. But when Ender got to the battle room that night, while most others were still eating, he found Major Anderson waiting for him. There has been a rule change, Ender. From now on, only members of the same army may work together in a battle room during free time, and therefore battle rooms are available only on a scheduled basis. After tonight, your next turn is in 4 days. Nobody else is holding practices. They are now, Ender. Now that you command another army, they don't want their boys practicing with you. Surely you can understand that. So they'll conduct their own practices. I've always been in another army from them. They still sent their soldiers to me for training. You weren't commander then. They gave me a completely green army, Major Anderson, sir. You have quite a few veterans. They aren't any good. Nobody gets here without being brilliant, Ender. Make them good. I need Eli and Shen to... It's about time you grew up and did things on your own, Ender. You don't need these other boys to hold your hand. You're a commander now, so kindly act like it, Ender. Ender walked past Anderson to the battle room. Then he stopped, turned, and asked a question. Since these evening practices are now regularly scheduled, does it mean I can use the hook? Did Anderson almost smile? No, not a chance of that. We'll see, he said. Ender turned his back and went into the battle room. Soon his army arrived, and no one else. Either Anderson waited around to intercept anyone coming to Ender's practice group, or word had already passed through the whole school that Ender's informal evenings were through. It was a good practice. They accomplished a lot, but at the end of it, Ender was tired and lonely. There was half an hour before bedtime. He couldn't go into his army's barracks. He had long since learned that the best commanders stay away unless they have some reason to visit. The boys have to have a chance to be at peace, at rest, without someone listening, to favor or despise them depending on the way they talk, act, and think. So we wandered to the game room, where a few other boys were using the last half hour before final bell to settle bets or beat up their previous scores on the game. None of the games looked interesting, but he played one anyway, an easy animated game designed for launchies. Bored, he ignored the objective of the game and used the little player figure, a bear, to explore the animated scenery around him. You'll never win that way, Ender smiled. Missed you at practice, Eli. I was there, but they had your army in a separate place. Looks like you are big time now. Can't play with the little boys anymore. You are a full cubit taller than I am. Cubit! Has God been telling you to build a boat or something? Or are you in an archaic mood? Not archaic, just arcane. Secret, subtle roundabout. I miss you already, you circumcised dog. Don't you know we're enemies now? Next time I meet you in battle, I'll whip your ass. It was banter as always, but now there was too much truth behind it. When Ender heard Eli talk as if it were all a joke, he felt the pain of losing a friend, and the worse pain of wondering if Eli really felt as little pain as he showed. You can try, said Ender. I taught you everything you know, but I didn't teach you everything I know. I knew all along that you were holding something back, Ender. A pause. Ender's bear was in trouble on the screen. He climbed a tree. I wasn't, Eli, holding anything back. I know, said Eli. Neither was I. Salam, Eli. Alas, it is not to be. What is it? Peace. It's what salam means. Peace be unto you. The words brought forth an echo from Ender's memory, his mother's voice reading to him softly when he was very young. Think not that I am come to bring peace on earth. I came not to bring peace, but a sword. Ender had pictured his mother piercing Peter the Terrible with bloody rapier, and the words had stayed in his mind along with the image. In the silence, the bear died. It was a cute death with funny music. Ender turned around. Eli was already gone. Ender felt as if part of himself had been taken away. an inward prop that was holding up his courage and confidence. With a lie, to a degree, impossible even with Shen, Ender had come to feel a unity so strong that the word we came to his lips much more easily than I. The lie had left something behind. Ender lay in bed, dozing into the night, and felt Eli's lips on his cheek as he muttered the word peace. The kiss, the word, the peace were with him still. I am only what I remember, and Eli is a friend in my memory so intense that they can't tear him out, like Valentine, the strongest memory of all. The next day he passed Eli in the corridor, and they greeted each other, touched hands, talked, but they both knew that there was a wall now. It might be breached, that wall, sometime in the future, but for now the only real conversation between them was the roots that had already grown low and deep under the wall, where they could not be broken. The most terrible thing, though, was the fear that the wall could never be breached, that in his heart Eli was glad of the separation and was ready to be Ender's enemy. For now that they could not be together, they must be infinitely apart, and what had been sure and unshakable was now fragile and insubstantial. From the moment we are not together, Eli is a stranger, for he has a life now that will be no part of mine, and that means that when I see him, we will not know each other. It made him sorrowful, but Ender did not weep. He was done with that. When they had turned Valentine into a stranger, when they had used her as a tool to work on Ender, from that day forward, they could never hurt him deep enough to make him cry again. Ender was certain of that, and with that anger he decided he was strong enough to defeat them, the teachers, his enemies. Chapter 11. Veni Vidi Vici. You can't be serious about this schedule of battles. Yes, I can. He's only at his army 3.5 weeks. I told you, we did computer simulations on probable results, and here's what the computer estimated Ender would do. We want to teach him, not give him a nervous breakdown. The computer knows him better than we do. The computer is also not famous for having mercy. If you wanted to be merciful, you should have gone to a monastery. You mean this isn't a monastery? This is better for Ender, too. We're bringing him to his full potential. I thought we'd give him 2 years as commander. We usually give them a battle every 2 weeks, starting after 3 months. This is a little extreme. Do we have 2 years to spare? I know. I just have this picture of Ender a year from now, completely useless, worn out, because he was pushed farther than he or any living person could go. We told the computer that our highest priority was having the subject remain useful after the training program. Well, as long as he's useful, look, Colonel Graff, you're the one who made me prepare this over my protests, if you'll remember. I know you're right, I shouldn't burden you with my conscience, but my eagerness to sacrifice little children in order to save mankind is wearing thin. The Polomark has been to see the hegemon. It seems Russian intelligence is concerned that some of the active citizens on the nets are already figuring out how America ought to use the IF to destroy the Warsaw Pact as soon as the buggers are destroyed. Seems premature. Seems insane. Free speech is one thing, but to jeopardize the League over nationalistic rivalries. And it's for people like that, short-sighted, suicidal people, that we're pushing Ender to the edge of human endurance. I think you underestimate Ender. But I fear that I also underestimate the stupidity of the rest of mankind. Are we absolutely sure that we ought to win this war? Sir, those words sound like treason. It was black humor. It wasn't funny. When it comes to the buggers, nothing is funny. I know. Ender Wiggin lay on his bed, staring at the ceiling. Since being a commander, he never slept more than 5 hours a night, but the lights went off at 2200 and didn't come on again until 600. Sometimes he worked at his desk. Anyway, straining his eyes on to use the dim display. Usually, though, he stared at the invisible ceiling and thought. Either the teachers had been kind to him after all, or he was a better commander than he thought. His ragged little group of veterans, utterly without honor and their previous armies, were blossoming into capable leaders. So much so that instead of the usual 4 toons, he had created 5. Each with a toon leader and a second. Every veteran had a position. He had the army drill in 8-man toon maneuvers and 4-man half-toons, so that he could, at a single command, his army could be assigned as many as 10 separate maneuvers and carry them out at once. No army had ever fragmented itself like that before, but Ender was not planning to do anything that had been done before either. Most armies practice mass maneuvers, performing strategies. Ender had none. Instead, he trained his toon leaders to use their small units effectively in achieving limited goals, unsupported, alone, and on their own initiative. He staged mock wars after the first week, savage affairs in the practice room that left everybody exhausted. But he knew with less than a month of training that his army had the potential of being the best fighting group ever to play the game. How much of this did the teachers plan? Did they know they were giving him obscure but excellent boys? Did they give him 30 launchies, many of them underage, because they knew the little boys were quick learners, quick thinkers? Or was this what any similar group could become under a commander who knew what he wanted to do with his army, and who knew how to teach them to do it? The question bothered him, because he wasn't sure whether he was confounding or fulfilling their expectations. All he was sure of was that he was eager for battle. Most armies needed 3 months because they had to memorize dozens of elaborate formations. "We're ready now. Get us into battle." The door opened in the darkness. Ender listened. A shuffling step. The door closed. He rolled off his bunk and crawled into the darkness, the 2 meters to the door. There was a slip of paper there. He couldn't read it, of course, but he knew what it was. Battle. How kind of them. I wish and they deliver. Ender was already dressed in his Dragon Army flash suit when the lights came on. He ran down the corridor at once, and by 6:01 he was at the door of his army's barracks. "We have a battle with Rabbit Army at 0700. I want us warmed up in gravity and ready to go. Strip down and get to the gym. Bring your flash suits and we'll go to the battle room from there." "What about breakfast?" "I don't want anybody throwing up in the battle room. Can we at least take a leak first?" "No more than a deciliter." They laughed. The ones who didn't sleep naked stripped down. Everyone bundled up their flash suits and followed Ender at a jog through the corridors to the gym. He put them through the obstacle course twice, then split them into the rotations on the tramp, the mat, and the bench. "Don't wear yourselves out, just wake yourselves up." He didn't need to worry about exhaustion. They were in good shape, light and agile, and above all, excited about the battle to come. A few of them spontaneously began to wrestle. The gym, instead of being tedious, was suddenly fun because of the battle to come. Their confidence was the supreme confidence of those who have never been in contest and think they are ready. Well, why shouldn't they think so? They are, and so am I. At 0640, he had them dress out. He talked to the toon leaders and their seconds while they dressed. Rabbit Army is mostly veterans, but Karn Karbi was made their commander only 5 months ago, and I never fought them under him. He was a pretty good soldier, and Rabbit has done fairly well in the standings over the years, but I expect to see formations, so I'm not worried. At 0650, he made them all lie down on the mats and relax. Then, at 0656, he ordered them up, and they jogged along the corridor to the battle room. Ender occasionally leaped up to touch the ceiling. The boys all jumped to touch the same spot on the ceiling. Their ribbon of color led to the left. Rabbit Army had already passed through to the right, and at 0658 they reached their gate to the battle room. The toons lined up in 5 columns. A and E were ready to grab the side handholds and flip themselves out towards the sides. B and D lined up to catch the 2 parallel ceiling holds and flip upwards into null gravity. C toon were ready to slap the sill of the doorway and flip downward. Up, down, left, right. Ender stood at the front between the columns so he'd be out of the way, and reoriented him. "Which way is the enemy's gate?" "Down," they all said, laughing. And in that moment, up became north, down became south, and left became right, and right became east and west. The gray wall in front of them disappeared, and the battle room was visible. It wasn't a dark game, but it wasn't a bright one either. The lights were about half, like dusk. In the distance, the dim light, he could see the enemy door, their lighted flash suits already pouring out. Ender knew a moment's pleasure. Everyone had learned the wrong lesson from Bonzo's misuse of Ender Wiggin. They all dumped through the door immediately so that there was no chance to do anything other than to name the formation they would use. Commanders didn't have time to think. Well, Ender would take the time, and trust his soldiers' ability to fight when flashed legs to keep them intact as they came late through the door. Ender sized up the shape of the battle room, the familiar open grid of early games, like the monkey bars at the park with 7 or 8 stars scattered throughout the grid. There were enough of them, and in forward enough positions that they were worth going for. "Spread to the near stars," Ender said. "See? Try to slide the wall, if it works. If it works, A and E will follow. If it doesn't, I'll decide from there. I'll be with D. Move." All the soldiers knew what was happening, but tactical decisions were entirely up to toon leaders. Even with Ender's instructions, they were only 10 seconds late getting through the gate. Rabbit Army was already doing some elaborate dance down at the end of the room. In all the other armies Ender had fought in, he would have been worrying right now about making sure he and his toon were in their proper place in their own formation. Instead, he and all his men were only thinking of ways to slip around past the formation, control the stars and the corners of the room, and then break the enemy formation into meaningless chunks that didn't know what they were doing. Even with less than 4 weeks together, the way they fought already seemed like the only intelligent way, the only possible way. Ender was almost surprised that Rabbit Army didn't know already that they were hopelessly out of date. Z-Toon slipped along the wall, coasting in with their bent knees facing the enemy. Crazy Tom, the leader of C-Toon, had apparently ordered his men to flash their own legs already. It was a pretty good idea in this dim light, since the lighted flash suits went dark wherever they were frozen. It made them less easily visible. Ender would commend him for that. Rabbit Army was able to drive back C-Toon's attack, but not until Crazy Tom and his boys had carved them up, freezing a dozen rabbits before retreating to the safety of the star. But it was the star behind the rabbit formation, which meant they were going to be easy pickings now. Han Zu, commonly called Hot Soup, was the leader of D-Toon. He quickly slid along the lip of the star to where Ender knelt. "How about flipping off the north wall and kneeling on their faces?" "Do it," Ender said. "I'll take B south and get behind them." Then he shouted, "A and E, slow on the walls." He slid footward along the star, hooked his feet on the lip, and flipped him up to the top wall, then rebounded down to E-Toon's star. In a moment he was leading them down against the south wall. They rebounded in near-perfect unison and came up behind the 2 stars that Karn Carnaby's soldiers were defending. It was like cutting butter with a hot knife. Rabbit Army was gone. Just a little cleanup left to do. Ender broke his toons up into half-toons to scour the corners for any enemy soldiers who were wholly or merely damaged. In the 3 minutes his toon leaders reported the room clean. Only one of Ender's boys was completely frozen, one of C-Toon, which had borne the brunt of the assault, and only 5 were disabled. Most were damaged, but those were leg shots, and many of them were self-inflicted. All in all, they had gone even better than Ender had expected. Ender and his toon leaders do the honors at the gate. 4 helmets at the corners, and Crazy Tom to pass through the gate. Most commanders took whoever was left alive to pass the gate. Ender could have picked practically anyone. A good battle. The lights went full, and Major Anderson himself came through the teacher gate at the south end of the battle room. He looked very solemn as he offered Ender the teacher hook that was ritually given to the victor in the game. Ender used it to thaw his own army's flash suits, of course, and he assembled them into toons before thawing the enemy. Crisp military appearance. That's what he wanted when Carby and Rabbit Army got their bodies under control again. They may curse us and lie about us, but they'll remember that we destroyed them. And no matter what they say, other soldiers and other commanders will see that in their eyes. In those rabbit eyes, they'll see us in neat formation, victorious and almost undamaged in our first battle. Dragon Army isn't going to be an obscure name for long. Karn Carby came to Ender as soon as he was unfrozen. He was a 12-year-old who had apparently made commander only in the last year at school, so he wasn't cocky like the ones who made it at 11. "I will remember this," thought Ender, "when I am defeated, to keep dignity and give honor where it's due so that the defeat is not disgrace, and I hope I don't have to do it often." Anderson dismissed Dragon Army last, after Rabbit Army had struggled through the door that Ender's boys had come through. Then Ender led his army through the enemy's door. The light along the bottom door reminded them of which way was down once they got back to gravity. They all landed lightly on their feet, running. They assembled in the corridor. "It's 07:15, Ender said, "and that means you have 15 minutes for breakfast before I see you all in the battle room for the morning practice." He could hear them silently saying, "Come on, we won, let us celebrate." "All right," Ender answered, "you may. And you have your commander's permission to throw food at each other during breakfast." They laughed, they cheered, and then he dismissed them and sent them jogging on to the barracks. He caught his toon leader on the way out and told them that he wouldn't expect anyone to come to practice until 07:45, and that practice would be over early so the boys could shower. Half an hour for breakfast and no shower right after battle. It was still stingy, but it would look lenient compared to 15 minutes, and Ender liked having the announcement of the extra 15 minutes come from the toon leaders. Let the boys learn that leniency comes from their toon leaders and that harshness from their commanders. It will bind them better in the small, tight knots of this fabric. Ender ate no breakfast. He wasn't hungry. Instead, he went to the bathroom and showered, putting his flash suit in the cleaner so it would be ready when he dried off. He washed himself twice and let the water run and run on him. It would all be recycled. Let everybody drink some of my sweat today. They had given him an untrained army, and he had won. Not just nip and tuck either. He had won with only 6 frozen or disabled. Let's see how long other commanders keep using their formations now that they've seen what a flexible strategy can do. He was floating around in the middle of the bathroom when his soldiers began to arrive. No one spoke to him, of course. He would speak, they knew, when he was ready, and not before. When all were there, Ender hooked himself near them and looked at them, one by one. "Good first battle," he said, which was excuse enough for a cheer and an attempt to start a chant of "Dragon, Dragon," which he quickly stopped. Dragon Army did all right against rabbits, but the enemy isn't always going to be that bad. And if they had been a good army, Sea-Toon, your approach was so slow they would have had you from the flanks before you got into good position. You should have split and angled in from 2 directions so they couldn't flank you. A and E, your aim was wretched. The tallies show that you averaged only 1 hit for every 2 soldiers. That means that most of the hits were made by attacking soldiers close in. That can't go on. A competent enemy would cut up the assault force unless they have much better cover from the soldiers at a distance. I want every toon to work on distance marksmanship and moving and unmoving targets. Half-toons take turns being targets. I'll thaw the flash suits every 3 minutes. Now move. Will we have any stars to work with? Asked Hot Soup. To steady our aim? No, I want you to get used to having something to steady. I don't want you to get used to having something to steady your arms. If your arm isn't steady, freeze your elbows. Now move. The toon leaders quickly got things going, and Ender moved from the group to make suggestions and help soldiers who were having particular trouble. The soldiers knew by now that Ender could be brutal in the way he talked to groups, but when he worked with an individual, he was always patient, explaining as often as necessary, making suggestions quietly, listening to questions and problems and explanations. But he never laughed when they tried to banter with him, and they soon stopped trying. He was commander every moment they were together. He had to remind them of it. He simply was. They worked all day with the taste of victory in their mouths, and cheered again when they broke half an hour early for lunch. Ender held the toon leaders until regular lunch hour to talk about the tactics they had used and to evaluate the work of their individual soldiers. Then he went to his own room and methodically changed into his uniform for lunch. He would enter the commander's mess about 10 minutes late, exactly the timing that he wanted. Since this was his first victory, he had never seen the inside of the commander's mess hall and had no idea what new commanders were expected to do. But he did know that he wanted to enter last today, when the scores of the morning's battles were already posted. Dragon Army will not be an obscure name now. There was no great stir when he came in, but when some of them noticed how small he was and saw the dragons on the sleeve of the uniform, they stared at him openly. And by the time he got his food and sat at a table, the room was silent. Ender began to eat, slowly and carefully, pretending not to notice that he was the center of attention. Gradually, conversation and noise started up again, and Ender could relax enough to look around. One entire wall of the room was a scoreboard. Soldiers were kept aware of an army's overall record for the past 2 years. In here, however, records were kept for each commander. A new commander couldn't inherit a good standing from his predecessor. He was ranked according to what he had done. Ender had the best ranking, a perfect one-lost record, of course, but in the other categories he was far ahead. Average soldiers disabled, average enemy disabled, average time elapsed before victory. In every category he was ranked first. When he was nearly through eating, someone came up behind him and touched his shoulder. "Mind if I sit?" Ender didn't have to turn around to know it was Dink Meeker. "Ho, Dink," said Ender. "Sit." "You gold-plated fart," said Dink cheerfully. "We're all trying to decide whether your scores up there are a miracle or a mistake." "A habit," said Ender. "One victory is not a habit," Dink said. "Don't get cocky. When you're new, they seed you against the weak commanders. Karn Karby isn't exactly on the bottom of the rankings." It was true. Karby was just about in the middle. "He's okay," Dink said, "considering that he only just started. Shows some promise. You don't show promise, you show threat." "Threat to what? Do they feed you less if I win? I thought you told me that all this was a stupid game and none of it mattered." Dink didn't like having his words thrown back at him. Not under these circumstances. "You were the one who got me playing along with them, but I'm not playing games with you, Ender. You won't beat me." "Probably not," Ender said. "I taught you," Dink said. "Everything I know," Ender said. "I'm just playing it by ear right now." "Congratulations," said Dink. "It's good to know I have a friend here." But Ender wasn't sure Dink was his friend anymore. Neither was Dink. After a few empty sentences, Dink went back to his table. Ender looked around when he was through with his meal. There were quite a few small conversations going on. Ender spotted Bonzo, who was now one of the oldest commanders. Rose the Nose had graduated. Petra was with a group in the far corner, and she didn't look at him once. Since most of the others stole glances at him from time to time, including the ones Petra was talking with, Ender was pretty sure she was deliberately avoiding his glance. That's the problem with winning right from the start, thought Ender. You lose friends. Give them a few weeks to get used to it. By the time I have my next battle, things will have calmed down in here. Karn Karby made a point of coming to greet Ender before the lunch period ended. It was, again, a gracious gesture, and unlike Dink, Karby did not seem wary. "Right now I'm in disgrace," he said frankly. "They won't believe me when I tell them you did things that nobody's ever seen before, so I hope you beat the snot out of the next army you fight, as a favor to me." "As a favor to you," Ender said, "and thanks for talking to me." "I think they're treating you pretty badly. Usually new commanders are cheered when they first join the mess, but then usually a new commander has a few defeats under his belt before he makes it in here. I only got in here a month ago. If anybody deserves a cheer, it's you. But that's life. Make 'em eat dust." "I'll try." Karn Karby left, and Ender mentally added him to his private list of people who also qualified as human beings. That night, Ender slept better than he had in a long time. Slept so well, in fact, that he didn't wake up until the lights came on. He woke up feeling good, jogged on out to take a shower, and did not notice the piece of paper on his floor until he came back and started dressing in his uniform. He only saw the paper because it moved in the wind as he snapped out the uniform to put it on. He picked up the paper and read it. Petra Arcanian, Phoenix Army, 0700. It was his old army, the one he had left less than 4 weeks before, and he knew their formations backward and forward. Partly because of Ender's influence, they were the most flexible of armies, responding relatively quickly to new situations. Phoenix Army would be the best able to cope with Ender's fluid, unpatterned attack. The teachers were determined to make life interesting for him. 0700, said the paper, and it was already 0630. Some of the boys might already be heading for breakfast. Ender tossed his uniform aside, grabbed his flash suit, and, in a moment, stood in the doorway of his army's barracks. "Gentlemen, I hope you learned something yesterday, because today we're doing it again." It took a moment for them to realize that he meant a battle, not a practice. It had to be a mistake, they said. Nobody ever had battles 2 days in a row. He handed the paper to Fly Molo, the leader of Atun, who immediately shouted, "Flash suits!" and started changing clothes. Why didn't you tell us earlier? Demanded Hot Soup. Hot had a way of asking Ender questions that nobody else dared ask. I thought you needed the shower, Ender said. Yesterday, Rabbit Army claimed we only won because the stink knocked them out. The soldiers who heard him laughed. Didn't find the paper till you got back from the showers, right? Ender looked at the source of the voice. It was Bean, already in his flash suit, looking insolent. Time to repay old humiliations, is that it, Bean? Of course, Ender said contemptuously. I'm not as close to the floor as you are. More laughter. Bean flushed with anger. It's plain we can't count on the old ways of doing things, Ender said, so you'd better plan on battles any time. And often. I can't pretend like I like the way they're screwing around with us, but I do like one thing, that I've got an army that can handle it. After that, he asked them to follow him to the moon. If he had asked them to follow him to the moon without spacesuits, they would have done it. Petra was not Karn Karby. She had more flexible patterns and responded much more quickly to Ender's darting, improvised, unpredictable attack. As a result, Ender had 3 boys flashed and 9 disabled at the end of the battle. Petra was not gracious about bowing over his hand at the end either. The anger in her eyes seemed to say, I was your friend and you humiliate me like this? Ender pretended not to notice her fury. He figured that after a few more battles she'd realize that, in fact, she had scored more hits against him than he expected anyone ever would again, and he was still learning from her. In practice today, he would teach his toon leaders how to counter the tricks Petra had played on them. Soon they would be friends again. He hoped. At the end of the week, Dragon Army had fought 7 battles in 7 days. The score stood 7 wins and 0 losses. Ender had never had more losses than in a battle with Phoenix Army, and in 2 battles he had suffered not one soldier frozen or disabled. No one believed anymore that it was a fluke that put him in the first standings. He had beaten top armies by unheard-of margins. It was no longer possible for the other commanders to ignore him. A few of them sat with him at every meal, carefully trying to learn from him how he had defeated his most recent opponents. He told them freely, confident that a few of them would know how to train their soldiers and their toon leaders to duplicate what his could do. And while Ender talked with a few commanders, much larger groups gathered around the opponents Ender had defeated, trying to figure out how Ender might be beaten. There were many, too, who hated him. Hated him for being young, for being excellent, for having made their victories look paltry and weak. Ender saw it in their faces when he passed them in the corridors. Then he began to notice that some boys would get up in a group and move to another table if he sat near them in the commander's mess. And there began to be elbows that accidentally jostled with him in the game room, feet that got entangled with his when he walked into and out of the gym, spittle and wads of wet paper that struck him from behind as he jogged through the corridors. They couldn't beat him in the battle room, and he knew it, so instead they would attack him where it was safe, where he was not a giant but just a little boy. Ender despised them, but secretly, so secretly that he didn't even know it himself. He feared them. It was just such little torments that Peter had always used, and Ender was beginning to feel far too much at home. These annoyances were petty, though, and Ender persuaded himself to accept them as another form of praise. Already the other enemies were beginning to imitate Ender. Now most soldiers attacked with knees tucked under them. Formations were breaking up now, and more commanders were sending out toons to slip along the walls. None had caught on yet to Ender's 5-toon organization. It gave him the slight advantage that when they had accounted for the movements of 4 units, they wouldn't be looking for a 5th. Ender was teaching them all about null gravity tactics, but where could Ender go to learn new things? He began to use the video room, filled with propaganda vids about Mazer Rackham and the other commanders of the forces of humanity in the first and secondary invasion. Ender stopped the general practice an hour early, and allowed his toon leaders to conduct their own practice in his absence. Usually they staged skirmishes, toon against toon. Ender stayed long enough to see that things were going well, then left to watch the old battles. Most of the vids were a waste of time. Heroic music, close-up of commanders and medal-winning soldiers, confused shots of Marines invading bugger installations. but here and there he found useful sequences. Ships, like points of light, maneuvering in the dark of space, or better still, the lights on the shipboard plotting screens, showing the whole of a battle. It was hard from the video screens to see all three dimensions, and the scenes were often short and unexplained. But Ender began to see how well the buggers used seemingly random flight paths to create confusion, how they used decoys and false retreats to draw the IF ships into traps. Some battles had been cut into many scenes, which were scattered through various videos. By watching them in sequence, Ender was able to reconstruct whole battles. He began to see things that the official commentators never mentioned. They were always trying to arouse pride in human accomplishment and loathing of the buggers, but Ender began to wonder how humanity had won it all. Human ships were sluggish. Fleets responded to new circumstances unbearably slow, while buggers responded to new while the bugger fleet seemed to act in perfect unity, responding to each challenge instantly. Of course, the first invasion, the human ships were completely unsuited to fast combat, but then so were the bugger ships. It was only in the second invasion that the ships and the weapons were swift and deadly. So it was from the buggers, not the humans, that Ender learned strategy. He felt ashamed and afraid of learning from them, since they were the most terrible enemy, ugly and murderous and loathsome. But they were also very good at what they did, to a point. They always seemed to follow one basic strategy only: gather the greatest number of ships at the key point of conflict. They never did anything surprising, anything that seemed to show either brilliance or stupidity in a subordinate officer. Discipline was apparently very tight. And there was one oddity. There was plenty of talk about Mazer Rackham, but precious little video of his actual battle. Some scenes from early in the battle, Rackham's tiny force looking pathetic against the vast power of the main bugger fleet. The buggers had already beaten the main human fleet out in the Comet's shield, wiping out the earliest starships and making a mockery of human attempts at high strategy. That film was often shown to arouse again and again the agony and terror of bugger victory. The fleet coming to Mazer Rackham's little force near Saturn, the hopeless odds, and then one shot from Mazer Rackham's little cruiser, one enemy ship blowing up. That's all that was ever shown. Lots of films showing Marines carving their way into bugger ships, lots of bugger corpses lying around inside, but no film of buggers killing in personal combat, unless it was spliced in from the first invasion. It frustrated Ender that Mazer Rackham's victory was so obviously censored. Students in the battle had much to learn from Mazer Rackham, and everything about his victory was concealed from view. The passion for secrecy was not very helpful to the children who had to learn to accomplish again what Mazer Rackham had done. Of course, as soon as word got around that Ender Wiggin was watching the war vids over and over again, the video room began to draw a crowd. Almost all were commanders, watching the same vids Ender watched, pretending they understood why he was watching and what he was getting out of it. Ender never explained anything. Even when he showed 7 scenes from the same battle but from different vids, only one boy asked tentatively, "Are some of those from the same battle?" Ender only shrugged as if it didn't matter. It was during the last hour of practice on the 7th day, only a few hours after Ender's army had won its 7th battle, that Major Anderson himself came to the video room. He handed a slip of paper to Ender, to one of the commanders sitting there, and then spoke to Ender. "Colonel Graff wishes to see you in his office immediately." Ender got up and followed Anderson through the corridors. Ender palmed the locks that kept the students out of the officers' quarters. Finally, they came to where Graff had taken root on a swivel chair, bolted to the steel floor. His belly spilled over both armrests now, even when he sat upright. Ender tried to remember. Graff hadn't seemed particularly fat at all when Ender first met him, only 4 years ago. Time and tension were not being kind to the administrator of the battle school. 7 days since your first battle, Ender, said Graff. Ender did not reply. And you've won 7 battles once a day. Ender nodded. Your scores are unusually high, too. Ender blinked. To what commander do you attribute your remarkable success? You gave me an army that does whatever I can think for it. And what have you thought for it to do? We orient downward toward the enemy's gate and use our lower legs as a shield. We avoid formations and keep our mobility. It helps that I've got 5 tunes of 8 instead of 4 of 10. Also, our enemies haven't the time to respond effectively to our new techniques, so we keep beating them with the same tricks. That won't hold up for long. So you don't expect to keep winning. Not with the same tricks. Graf nodded. Sit down, Ender. Ender and Anderson both sat. Graf looked at Anderson, and Anderson spoke next. What condition is your army in, fighting so often? They're all veterans now. But how are they doing? Are they tired? If they are, they won't admit it. Are they still alert? You're the ones with the computer games that play with people's minds. You tell me. We know what we know. We want to know what you know. These are very good soldiers, Major Anderson. I'm sure they have limits, but we haven't reached them yet. Some of the newer ones are having trouble because they never really mastered some basic techniques, but they're working hard and improving. What do you want me to say, that they need to rest? Of course they need to rest. They need a couple of weeks off. Their studies are shot to hell. None of us are doing any good in their classes. But you know that, and apparently you don't care, so why should I? Graf and Anderson exchanged glances. Ender, why are you studying the videos of the Bugger Wars? To learn strategy, of course. Those videos were created for propaganda purposes. All our strategies have been edited out. I know. Graf and Anderson exchanged glances again. Graf drummed on his table. You don't play the fantasy game anymore. Ender didn't answer. Tell me why you don't play it. Because I won? You never win everything in that game. There's always more. I won. Ender, we want to help you be as happy as possible, but if you want to make me the best soldier possible, go down and look at the standings. Look at the all-time standings. So far, you're doing an excellent job with me. Congratulations. Now, when are you going to put me up against a good army? Graf's set lips turned to a smile, and he shook with silent laughter. Anderson handed Ender a slip of paper. No, he said. That's 10 minutes from now, Ender said. My army will be in the middle of showering up after practice. Graf smiled. Better hurry up then, boy. He got to his army barracks, and 5 minutes later, most were dressing after their showers. Some had already gone to the game room or the video room to wait for lunch. He sent 3 younger boys to call everyone over and made everyone else dress for battle as quickly as they could. This one's hot and there's no time, Ender said. They gave Bonezo notice about 20 minutes ago, and by the time we get to that door, they'll have been inside for a good 5 minutes at least. The boys were outraged, complaining loudly in the slang that they usually avoided around the commander. What they doing to us? They be crazy, nay? Forget why. We'll worry about that tonight. Are you tired? Fly Molo answered. We worked our butts off in practice today, not to mention beating the crap out of Barrett Army this morning. Same day, nobody ever did 2 battles, said Crazy Tom. Ender answered with the same tone. Nobody ever beat Dragon Army either. This be your big chance to lose? Ender's taunting question was the answer to their complaints. Win first, ask questions later. All of them were back in the room, and most of them were dressed. Move! Shouted Ender. They ran along behind him, some of them still dressing when they reached the corridors outside the battle room. Many of them were panting, a bad sign. They were too tired for this battle. The door was already open. There were no stars at all, just empty spaces in a dazzlingly bright room. Nowhere to hide, not even in darkness. My heart, said Crazy Tom. They haven't come out yet either. Ender put his hand across his own mouth to tell them to be silent. With the door open, of course, the enemy could hear every word they said. Ender pointed all around the door to tell them that Salamander Army was undoubtedly deployed against the wall around the door, where they couldn't be seen but could easily flash anyone who came out. Ender mentioned for them all to back away from the door. Then he pulled forward a few taller boys, including Crazy Tom, and made them kneel, not squatting back to sit on their heels, but fully upright so they formed an L with their bodies. He flashed them. In silence, the army watched him. He then selected the smallest boy, Bean, handed him Tom's gun, and made Bean kneel on Tom's frozen legs. Then he pulled Bean's hands, each holding a gun, through Tom's armpits. Now the boys understood. Tom was a shield, an armored spacecraft, and Bean was hiding inside. He certainly was not invulnerable, but he would have time. Ender assigned 2 more boys to throw Tom and Bean through the door, but signaled them to wait. He went on through the army, quickly assigning groups of 4, a shield, a shooter, and 2 throwers. Then, when all were frozen or armed or ready to throw, he signaled the throwers to pick up their burdens and throw them through the door, and then jump through themselves. "Move!" shouted Ender. They moved. 2 at a time, the shield pairs went through the door, backwards so the shield would be between the shooter and the enemy. The enemy opened fire at once, but they mostly hit the frozen boy in front. In the meantime, with 2 guns at work and with the targets neatly lined up and spreading flat along the walls, the dragons had an easy time of it. It was almost impossible to miss. And as the throwers also jumped through the door, they got handholds on the same wall with the enemy, shooting at a deadly angle so that salamanders couldn't figure out whether to shoot at the shield pairs, slaughtering them from above, or throwers shooting at them from their own level. By the time Ender himself came through the door, the battle was over. It hadn't taken a full minute from the time Dragon passed through the door until the shooting stopped. Dragon had lost 20, frozen or disabled, and only 12 boys were undamaged. It was their worst score yet, but they had won. When Major Anderson came out and gave Ender the hook, Ender could not contain his anger. "I thought you were going to put us against an army that could match us in a fair fight." "Congratulations on the victory, Commander." "Bean," shouted Ender, "if you had commanded Salamander Army, what would you have done?" Bean, disabled but not completely frozen, called out from where he drifted near the enemy door. "Keep a shifting pattern of movement going in the front door. You never hold still when the enemy knows exactly where you are." "As long as you're cheating," Ender said to Anderson, "why don't you train the army to cheat intelligently?" "I suggest that you demobilize your army," said Anderson. Ender pressed the buttons to thaw both armies at once. "Dragon Army dismissed," he shouted immediately. There would be no elaborate formation to accept the surrender of the other army. This had not been a fair fight, even though they had won. The teachers had meant them to lose, and it was only Bonzo's ineptitude that had saved them. There was no glory in that. Only as Ender himself was leaving the battle room did he realize that Bonzo would not realize that Ender was angry at the teachers. Spanish honor. Bonzo would only know that he had been defeated, even when the odds were stacked in his favor. That Ender had had the youngest child in his army publicly state what Bonzo should have done to win, and that Ender had not even stayed to receive Bonzo's dignified surrender. If Bonzo had not already hated Ender, he would surely have begun. And hating him as he did, this would surely turn his rage murderous. Bonzo was the last person to strike me, thought Ender. I'm sure he has not forgotten that. Nor had he forgotten the bloody affair in the battle room when the older boys tried to break up Ender's practice session, nor had many others. They were hungry for blood then. Bonzo will be thirsting for it now. Ender toyed with the idea of taking advanced personal defense, but with battles now possible not only every day, but twice in the same day, Ender knew he could not spare the time. I'll have to take my chances. The teachers got me into this, they can keep me safe. Bean flopped down on his bunk in utter exhaustion. The boys in the barracks were already asleep, and it was 15 minutes before lights out. Wearily, he pulled his desk from its locker and signed on. There was a test tomorrow in geometry, and Bean was woefully unprepared. He could always reason things out if he had enough time, and he had read Euclid when he was 5, but the test had a time limit, so there wouldn't be a chance to think. He had to know, and he didn't know, and he would probably do badly on the test. But they had won twice today, and so he felt good. As soon as he signed on, however, all thoughts of geometry were banished. A message paraded around the desk. "See me at once. Ender." The time was 21:50, only 10 minutes before lights out. How long ago had Ender sent it? Still, he'd better not ignore it. There might be another battle in the morning. The thought made him wary, and whatever Ender wanted to talk to him about, there wouldn't be time by then. So Bean rolled off the bunk and walked emptily through the corridor to Ender's room. He knocked. "Come in," said Ender. "Just saw your message." "Fine," said Ender. "It's near lights out. I'll help you find your way in the dark." I just didn't know if you knew what time it was. I always know what time it is. Bean sighed inwardly. It never failed. Whenever he had any conversation with Ender, it turned into an argument. Bean hated it. He recognized Ender's genius and honored him for it, but why couldn't Ender see anything good in him? Remember 4 weeks ago, Bean, when he told me to make you a toon leader? I've made 5 toon leaders and 5 assistants since then, and none of them was you. Ender raised his eyebrows. Was I right? Yes, sir. So tell me how you've done in these 8 battles. Today was the first time they disabled me, but the computer listed me as getting 11 hits before I had to stop. I've never had less than 5 hits in a battle. I've also completed every assignment I've been given. Why did they make you a soldier so young, Bean? No younger than you were. But why? I don't know. Yes, you do, and so do I. I've tried to guess, but they're just guesses. You're very good. They knew that. They pushed you ahead. Tell me why, Bean. Because they need us, that's why. Bean sat down on the floor and stared at Ender's feet. Because they need somebody to beat the buggers. That's the only thing they care about. It's important that you know that, Bean, because most of the boys in this school think the game is important for itself, but it isn't. It's only important because it helps them find kids who might grow up to be real commanders in the real war. But as for the game, screw that. That's what they're doing, screwing up the game. Funny, I thought they were just doing it to us. A game 9 weeks earlier than it should have come. A game every day, and now 2 games in the same day. Bean, I don't know what the teachers are doing, but my army is getting tired, and I'm getting tired, and they don't care at all about the rules of the game. I've pulled the old charts up from the computer. No one has ever destroyed so many enemies and kept so many of his own soldiers whole in the history of the game. You're the best, Ender. Ender shook his head. Maybe, but it was no accident that I got the soldiers I got. Launchies, rejects from the other armies, but put them together and my worst soldier could be a toon leader in another army. They've loaded things my way, but now they're loading it all against me. Bean, they want to break us down. They can't break you. You'd be surprised. Ender breathed sharply, suddenly, as if it were a stab of pain. Or he had to catch a sudden breath in a wind. Bean looked at him and realized that the impossible was happening. Far from baiting him, Ender Wiggin was actually confiding in him. Not much, but a little. Ender was human, and Bean had been allowed to see. Maybe you'll be surprised, said Bean. There's a limit to how many clever new ideas I can come up with every day. Somebody's going to come up with something to throw at me I haven't thought of before, and I won't be ready. What's the worst that could happen? You lose 1 game. Yes, but that's the worst that could happen. I can't lose any games, because if I lose any... He didn't explain himself, and Bean didn't ask. I need you to be clever, Bean. I need you to think of solutions to problems we haven't yet seen. I want you to try things that no one has ever tried because they're absolutely stupid. Why me? Because even though there are some better soldiers than you in Dragon Army, not many, but some, there's nobody who can think better and faster than you. Bean said nothing. They both knew it was true. Ender showed him his desk. On it were 12 names, 2 or 3 from each toon. Choose 5 of these, said Ender, 1 from each toon. They're a special squad, and you'll train them. Only during extra practice sessions. Talk to me about what you're training them to do. Don't spend too long on any one thing. Most of the time you and your squad will be a part of the whole army, part of your regular toons. But when I need you, when there's something to be done that only you can do... These are all new, said Bean. No veterans. After last week, Bean, all our soldiers are veterans. Don't you realize that on the individual soldier standings, all 40 of our soldiers are in the top 50? That you have to go down 17 places to find a soldier who isn't a dragon? What if I can't think of anything? Then I was wrong about you. Bean grinned. You weren't wrong. The lights went out. Can you find your way back, Bean? Probably not. Then stay here. If you listen very carefully, you can hear the good fairy come in the night and leave our assignment for tomorrow. They won't give us another battle tomorrow, will they? Ender didn't answer. Bean heard him climb into bed. He got up from the floor and did likewise. He thought of a half-dozen ideas before he went to sleep. Andrew would be pleased. Every one of them was stupid. Chapter 12.
We present Kenneth Williams' Playhouse, a series of programs which have one thing in common: their star is Kenneth Williams. This week's Playhouse presentation also stars June Whitfield with Bill Wallace and Christopher Emmett in The General by Leslie Randall.
Present, yes, speaking. Who is it? I'm here, damn it. What more do you want? Why don't you talk? All right, then, don't. Never doing that. I gave you a chance. Now you can ring till you're blue in the... I've got better things to do than answer telephones and doorbells. That's the doorbell. Well, I'm not answering that. If he wasn't on the phone, he won't be at the door either. Go away! Unless there's nobody there, in which case...
Is anyone at home?
What's that? Come on, show your face. All this damn skulking about in the bushes.
Would somebody answer the door?
There's somebody out there. Don't worry, lad. Hang on. I'll look after you. Here you are, lad. Come in. There you are. Yes. You're all right now? Don't worry, my boy.
General Williams.
Yes, who is? What? Where? Oh, me, yes. Oh, of course, yes. Thought you were talking about that other one.
Oh, who is that?
What? Where? Come out. Come on. He's seen you so good to be spotted. Where is he?
Who?
I don't know. You said it. Who is that? You said who?
No, I meant the other General Williams.
Ah, then you come to the wrong house. I mean this one. The other one is someone else, see? Totally different.
Well,
Generals all over the place.
Really?
All messes.
Well, I've come to see you.
Oh, you made a wise choice, things. I'm the one that's here.
Oh, good.
Yes. I don't mind about the long hair.
Hair?
Anywhere. Had it myself when I was a lad.
Well, that's very refreshing.
Is it? Well, I'll get you another. What was it, gin and tonic? What
No, I meant, General, it was refreshing to hear.
A beer. Yes, well, I'll get it in a minute. Now, one thing, though.
Yes, General?
I don't think you ought to do that with your voice. Makes you seem a bit effeminate, lad. Effeminate, you know? You know what I mean?
I am effeminate.
Oh, well, it's up to you, of course. We don't want to advertise it. Some people find it difficult to accept. I mean, for my part, of course,
I am a girl. My name is Pat Westwood.
Pat? Oh, Irish, are you? Pat. Irish, eh?
Trisha. I'm definitely a girl.
Well, if you made up your mind, of course, it'll take me a bit while to get used to it. A bit of time to get used to it, you know what I mean?
I work in television.
Oh, and of course you should say television. Oh, well, it's only to be expected, isn't it? And I mean, television, I mean, they're all...
General,
yes?
we want to do a program on you.
Me? No, I'm sorry. There's nothing like that about me. I'm a soldier. The only reason I never married was the exigencies of the service.
General!
Speaking!
We want to make a television program about your life.
Seamus Andrews. If he comes flopping round the curtains with that book, I'll fill his belly full of buckshot. They're not digging all that up. Listen, I was acquitted without a stain. Forget it. Shove off. Turn off your equipment. Down.
But, General...
If you don't, I'll drown you in deleted expletives.
General, there is nobody there.
Ah, recorders actuated with the sound of the voice, eh? They've got a lot to answer for, those Japanese. I've fought you before. I'll fight you again.
You fought in the... General,
what?
You fought in the Far East.
So did I. Cunning enemy. But I was prepared to match nasty with nasty. That's what my old instructor used to say. And I wasn't nasty. Oh, yes. They weren't dealing with a quiet young subaltern anymore. Not a quiet young subaltern. I learned an evil or two by then. But that's war, lad. That's war. When I was first commissioned, the watchword was chivalry. Or was that the password? No, the watchword. The password was camarade. Camarade.
Isn't that German?
Well, of course, we were fighting the Germans, weren't we? It was my idea entirely. If anyone stopped you at once, you gave the password. Camarade! Then neither side shot you.
Would you tell tell me about the quiet young subaltern,
What?
General?
What?
You mentioned him a moment ago, the quiet young subaltern.
Yes, ma'am.
Young people. Well, your youth, you
Yes.
know, your early days.
Yeah.
Who was it who first gave you the idea of going into the army?
My mummy.
Your mother? She suggested you're going into the army.
Yes, my mummy.
How strange.
Not at all. Family tradition. It's all she was thinking of. She wanted me to uphold the family honor. Her very words. The family honor.
The family honor. The tradition of the army. Surely, Kenneth, you can see that. It is the perfect career for you. What else could you possibly do?
Well, I did rather fancy flower arranging.
Flower arranging.
Well, I just think one should, Mumsy, when possible, embark on a career for which one has a particular bent. And at school, everyone said I was quite definitely bent in that direction, do you see? You remember my work at the Harvest Festival? Or there's vicars coming from miles around to see what I could do with a posy of daisies. As my sheaf of corn and my bulrushes. I mean, well, a lot of people just didn't think it was possible.
Kenneth?
Speaking.
Kenneth, I've got you down for the army. Your father's old regiment.
You put me down for that lot?
Yes.
Impossible. Anything but that. I just couldn't join them. Never.
It is a regiment with the finest tradition in the British Army.
The worst uniform in the world. The colour green with my eyes. Mother, you're out of your mind.
Your father was honoured to wear
He
it.
didn't have my colour eyes. He probably thought he looked marvellous. Maybe he did from the front. But if he'd ever seen the rear view, with his coattails buttoned back, he'd look like the curtains going up on a full moon.
Kenneth.
If it has to be something military, what about the Corps of Commissioners?
That is for old men.
Well, there's no hurry.
You report to the regimental adjutant on Monday.
Very well, I will go. I think it's a desperately mistaken solution for my problem. I don't see how one can overcome a dreadful fear of loud noises by exposing oneself to cannon fire, like stopping a nosebleed by cutting your head off. Oh, Mum! Had you thought if Williamses keep on going into the army, sooner or later, one of them might actually have to fight? Have you thought of that, Mumsy, dear? It might be me.
Now, come along, sir, come along. There's a good little officer.
What is it? What are you doing?
I'm just trying to get you out of your little pit, sir.
Oh, it's you, Sergeant. Oh, yes, I remember.
It's time you was up
What are
on
you
your
saying?
feet.
I can't hear. I can't hear. Oh, this dreadful war. I've gone deaf.
Perhaps if you was to remove the ear muffs, sir.
Oh, your lips are moving, but I can't hear.
Take those puffy earmuffs off.
You luggos, you dozy little officer! Sir.
Oh, yes, thank you, Sergeant. I had such a hard time dropping off last night.
I understand, sir.
Yeah.
Being at the front does tend to shove the wind up a bit. You'll get used to it.
Oh, no, I won't. There won't be time. I'll be on the staff. They promised. First of all, see a little action, Williams. Then we'll move you up here with us.
But you only arrived yesterday, sir. You haven't seen any action.
Of course I have. Last night, before I went to bed, I went right to the top of the steps. Somebody very nearly shot me hat off. Not a word of warning, no.
William!
Oh, who's that? Oh, my goodness, who said it?
I did.
Oh, it's you, Colonel. Oh, you did give me a start.
Just wanted to see if you're settled in.
Thanks.
How is he, Sergeant?
Oh, he's first class, sir. Settling down very well.
Good. Rested, have you?
Well, no,
Fine. Need to be fit. Get out there, bring in a few jerrys, get your feet wet,
Well, I've
eh?
only just got here, dear. I mean, Colonel, dear.
What?
Listen, I haven't unpacked or anything. I've got to write a few letters, having a wonderful time, wish you were here instead of me, sort of thing. I must write to Mumsy, let her know where I am.
Don't you worry about that. If necessary, I always write to the next of kin.
Oh, that's very kind. Next of kin.
Finding your way will be no trouble. Sergeant will be right behind you, won't you, Sergeant?
Sir, yes, sir. Definitely, sir. I'll be there.
Supposing I lose you.
Oh, you won't, sir. Anytime you think you're lost, sir, you just look behind, you'll find my great gleaming bayonet sticking about half an inch to your rear.
I can't see a thing. What's the point in this? Just wandering around in the pitch dark. I don't know where I'm going. I could be walking into a minefield or anything. I think we'd better halt a while. Oh!
Sorry, sir.
Oh, sir, just think.
Well, I didn't know you'd stop, sir.
Couldn't you put a cork on the end of that thing? Your bayonet is making my trench coat look like another rank's dartboard.
Oh, no, sir. No, sir. They never get that many in the bull.
Yeah. You've been doing it on purpose.
Never, sir. Young officer, sir, I wouldn't do that. That would be highly offensive, sir. No, sir. It's all on account of me bringing it up the rear, sir. I'm being in the rear, sir. Well, behind you.
I know very well where you're being, Sergeant. Who better? Now, come on, give me that.
What? My Betsy, my rifle?
Yes,
I couldn't,
come on.
sir. No. It's a court-martial offence, that is, sir. Soldier be without his rifle, sir. I couldn't go weapon.
I'll take my rifle and you take my pistol.
No, I do like to.
You're doing your turn. If I've got to stay in front, I'm not having that thing behind me. Give it here.
I can't do that.
Let go. You're making me cross. Let go.
No,
Let
sir.
go at once.
No, sir.
As you will.
Thank you. Thank you very much, sir. It's how very much, I'm sure.
What happened? It went off.
Oh, yes.
You're right, Sergeant.
I'm feeling perfectly delightful, thank you very much, sir. You've only shot an hole through my foot, sir. That is all, sir.
It's your own fault. You should have let go. Can you walk?
Oh, I could probably manage about one step, sir, provided I didn't have to make it on the foot with the hole.
Oh, dear. This does sound like you lopsided. All the Colonel isn't going to be pleased about this. You'll have to stop here. I'll go and get someone to carry you.
Are you sure you can find your way back,
Of
sir?
course I can. It's just straight in reverse the way we came, isn't it? Just don't go hopping off, that's all.
I'll try and restrain myself,
I've
sir.
always said people go playing with guns, sooner or later someone's going to get hurt. It's not funny and it's not clever. Shan't be long.
Wir haben eine gute Vorstellung, nicht wahr?
Jawohl, Hans. Die Sektor ist sehr gut.
Gut, nein, das ist nicht möglich, aber der Sektor ist nicht malig stille.
Ja. Stille Sektor, stille Nacht.
Ja, sehr stille der Nacht.
Ja.
Stille Nacht, heilige Nacht, alles schlaft.
It's all right, Taffy. It's only me.
Was ist los?
Yes, I was lost, at last, matter of fact. Trying to find my own way back in the sector. How it is. Only arrived yesterday. I haven't really got my bearings yet. And I heard your voices. Marvellous. You Welsh sing anywhere.
Hey, ist ein Engländer?
Well, of course I am. You from the valleys or something. Don't tell me you only speak Welsh. Oh, well, never mind. I've got this sergeant, and he's been shot.
Shot?
Yes, with a gun, you know. Bang, bang, a gun, like this one.
Ach, du liebe Gott!
Nein.
The matter with you? There's no need to go sticking your hands up in the air. I'm not going to shoot you, Taffy. Just want you to get to the sergeant up there. Go on, go ahead. No time to waste. Off you go, you two. Give him a hand. Off you go. March. Left, right, left, right, left, right, left, right, left.
Halt! Who goes there?
Don't miss your fast part, Sergeant. It's only me.
Oh, welcome back, young sir.
I bought these two Welsh boys. They're charming. They've come along to carry you back.
Welsh boys, sir?
Yes, these two Taffies here.
Oh, I see, sir. Right, you two! Hit the hook!
Ja, natürlich.
You speak Welsh too, do you, Sergeant?
No, sir, that is my bit of German. These here are two German soldiers what you brought back to do the carrying.
German? Oh, how about that then? I bet it... German, so...
Just as well he brought two. All right, then. One of you pick me up, the other one carry him, and off we go.
And that's how I got my first DSR.
Distinguished Service Order.
Yes. And the DSR. Least they could do, rescuing a wounded sergeant under fire and capturing two dastardly, ferocious enemy soldiers in the face of extreme danger.
It didn't sound as though you were in extreme danger.
That's all you know, lad. Don't try wandering out there in the dark. You could fall over anything.
How long did you stay at the front?
Difficult to remember. Certainly for most of the day.
Only one day.
Only. You'll try it, lad. There won't be so much of the only.
Were you transferred to staff?
No, I don't think so. Not then. No, I went somewhere else. Ah, yes. Flying. That's what I did.
In the Air Force?
Well, it certainly wasn't in the Navy. Yes, of course it was the Air Force. No, it wasn't. It wasn't what the bloke called it. What did he call it?
Who?
The fellow that came round asking people to join it. A flying...
A Royal Flying Corps.
That's it! Made it sound very attractive, he did. Naturally, I went. I remember arriving at the field, Squadron 13. A lot of people would have thought it was unlucky. So did I.
You take P for Peter.
Pardon?
P.
Well, anyone's entitled to be a bit nervous. Ask yourself, how would you feel?
No, that's your plane there. P for Peter.
Oh, yes, it's a bit nothy. Look at that row of little holes. It's been shot at. I'm not going up in that. That'll be the most terrible draft.
Come on, now get in, switch on, contact, okay flight, swing the prop. Follow me!
Right-ho!
Not yet, you fool! Wait until I get into the plane. Let me get up in the air first. Now, get away!
Sorry, the front of mine seems to have chewed bits out of the back of yours. Sorry. Should we not bother then?
Get airborne!
Oh, please yourself. Well, it is pretty up here. I must say that. The dawn breaking over the countryside. Oh, look, you can see our shadows. Our little aeroplanes racing across the ground. Which one's me? I'll give a wave. Yes, there I am, one from the back. Yes, here they are. That's the skipper in front, and one on the right, and one on the left, and me at the back, and one behind me. There's not supposed to be one behind me. Who could that be behind me there? Oh, it's the dreaded Red Barrow. Skipper! Now attracts his attention. Why, fire me gun, that's it. Skipper! Oh, he's heard me. Where's he going? No, it's all right. You don't have to land. It's only me. There's this man behind us, the Barrow. Well, really, you can't call that leadership. First little scuffle and he's down on the ground. What did they say? Now, if the flight leader is downed, lovely choice of phrase, that downed, command will be taken over by number 2. It'll be him on the left. Yoo-hoo! Number 2! Now I'm being noticed. I'll give him a burst. Oh! Now, I don't think that was my fault. Sorry, I was just trying to attract your attention. If there's any trouble, I'll pay for the bit I shot off. Sorry. Oh, he's waving. That's nice. No offence. Yes, I'm getting your message, but I can't do a victory roll. Now, there's only the other one who I'll get close enough to shout to him. Here. No, don't keep turning away. I want to talk to you. Stop waving me off. I've got to tell you. How can I talk if I don't get close enough? Stay still a minute. There's a man. What are you shouting about? Oh, yes, I see. Oh, it's caught, isn't it? A little bit of loose wire on my wing caught on your wing. But don't worry, I'm sure it won't do any harm. Oh, honestly, it must be very shoddy material. Oh, all right, then you go ahead and land. It's gonna land. Oh, now I call that clumsy. Oh, there's only me now. Me and him, the Red Barrow. Come on then, have a chew.
And what happened then, Williams?
Most extraordinary thing, sir. I turned towards him and went into an attack, but he just left. He sort of saluted with one hand, gave me the thumbs up, and he flew off. I came home.
All by yourself?
Yes, I did explain that bit about the others.
Sir, it's the Red Baron. He's making an approach, sir.
Look out! He's dropping something!
It's a bomb!
No, it's not. No, it's a packet. Let me see what it is. Oh. Williams, I think this must be for you.
And that's how I came to get my first Iron Cross.
Your first? You mean you got another one?
Yes, but not until the Second World War. Something to do with my mentioning D-Day to a lady, I think. Brunhilde von Schloss, that was her name. Of course, I thought she was French. Name like that, you know.
Yes.
Did you serve all over the world?
Yes, only a bit at a time there. India, China, Russia.
You were in Russia, General.
Really? So was I. Yes, October Revolution. Oh, I almost started it in July.
Oh.
Very unstable lot, the Russians.
Why were you in Russia?
My very question. First thing I asked the ambassador. Why was I in Russia?
You know, Sergei, or Sergei, depending on your proclivities. I mean, if it weren't for meeting you like this, you know what I mean, coming to this charming little estaminet or cafe with you of an evening, I think I would have gone out of my mind here in Russia. Out of my mind.
Duh.
Yes, as you so rightly said. Yes. This place is a lifesaver to me, you know.
Duh.
I just die if I can't get stimulating conversation.
Duh.
You should work a little English, that's all.
Duh.
I'm not complaining, I just feel it might improve the conversation a bit.
Lit.
Makes the change.
I speak English.
Oh, I beg your pardon. Oh, how do you do? Oh, yes, very nice. Why don't you sit down and join us?
Thank you, Captain Williams.
Oh, fancy you know my name.
I have been trying to make contact with you for days.
Really?
Kenny,
Oh, what for?
I want you to help us.
Certainly, what is it? Winter relief, children's homes. I've only got a few rubles on me, but you're very welcome. Give as you can give, I always say.
Niet, it is not money.
Oh.
I need your body.
Oh, well.
It will be an inspiration.
I don't know about that. My pectoral muscles have a certain novelty value, but I wouldn't say that.
All of us.
Oh, exactly. How many of you are there?
14.
Oh!
In my cell.
Cell? What, you in prison? What are you doing out then? You on parole?
In the movement.
No, I'm not with you. What move?
Come, I will show you. Thank you very much indeed. Very nice. That is nice of them. Why don't you clap to me like this? They are delighted to see you.
I'm sure, but why? What did you say to them all?
I told them you were an English soldier, an ally.
And all that applause?
They're so happy, so relieved.
Yeah, what do you mean, relieved? What do you mean, relieved?
Yes, they were told that if our comrades at the front tried to leave the capitalist war, they would be stopped by the fierce, strong soldiers of the Allies, and they believed it. They believed it because they had never seen an ally.
Oh.
But now they have you, and that is why they are laughing.
Hey, hang on.
And now the revolution can start.
So, as a direct result of seeing me, they started preparations. Otherwise, it would never have happened. But for my presence in Moscow, there might never have been a communist state. I can say that without fear of contradiction, because I'm not frightened of it. Why should I? I'm used to it. I've been contradicted all my life. What were you saying?
No. You were saying.
Anyway, it must be your turn now.
I'm interested,
Look, I'm very flattering of you. I'm surely far too old for you. Little slipper laird like you.
General, are you proud of your part in the Russian Revolution?
A man should always be proud of his effect on history or geography. Not too much about mathematics. This is it, isn't it? I mean, this is it, isn't it? I mean, mathematics is it, isn't it? I mean,
You know, Hitler had an effect on history.
Oh, the fellow with the moustache. Oh, I remember him. All that business sticking his head up in the air every 5 minutes. Like a clever dick with the answer, wasn't he? Yeah. Crank, I said. Crank he was, too. It's all in my book. A button in the knapsack. No, a batch in the rucksack. I mean, I told the cabinet at the time, take no notice of him, I said. He's a rabble-rouser.
You dismissed him.
I never employed him.
Well, what about Mussolini?
Fellow who invented the wireless. Didn't know him. I'll tell you this, he's got a lot to answer for. What's he done with Jesse Matthews? The
Italian dictator.
What?
The dictator.
Oh, Charlie Chaplin. Great dictator. Yes, I saw that. Very funny. Never made me laugh. Where did I see it? Reminds me of Rice. Yes. The Far East. That's where I learned all about the yellow devils. They might have fooled others, but they didn't fool me.
Welcome to my humble house, Major Williams.
Thank you. They're very nice. I love all these oriental things, you know, hanging down on these balls. They're sort of, well, foreign, you know what I mean? They're pretty. Very nice.
Yes.
Foreign.
Yes.
Yes, very nice. Not for you, of course. You are foreign, aren't you? I mean, you're used to it.
We are all but visitors in a strange land.
I thought you were born here.
I was quoting from the works of my ancestors.
Oh, writers, yes. I had an uncle who did bits for men only. But, Williams is all in the army, my family, all in the army.
Yes, it is for that reason I wish to have you visit me in my humble house.
I would say humble, flimsy, but not humble.
This is the land of the earthquake.
Earthquake?
Yes, if a house may fall, it is better that its weight should not crush.
Well, much better, every time. I mean, nobody wants to go around being crushed for every place, do they? I mean, they're crushed velvet, but not crushed people.
Major Williams.
Yeah, speaking.
A great weight is about to fall on my people.
Now, what's happened? You haven't had a rumble, have you? I mean, assuming you all got under a bed or something, you get an earthquake, I mean, a rumble? Rumble?
No, the rumble is not from the land, it is from the neighbors.
Oh, having parties, are they? Very irritating. I want to say people living over my head. Dreadful noise. I couldn't step.
Our neighboring country.
Oh.
We believe that any day they will send their army to attack us.
Ah, well, right. You don't have to worry. I know all about it.
Oh, you do?
Oh, yes. And because you've been so kind, hospitable, I'll tell you. I'm in touch with quite a few people, you know. It's top secret, but I can assure you, in the event of an attack, the British will come in on your side, the side of the Chinese.
Thank you, Major Williams.
That's all right.
Only one problem.
How's that?
I am Japanese.
How will you not all look alike? They're lampshades.
General?
What is it? What's happening? What?
It's 10 o'clock.
What is?
The time.
What? 1 o'clock, isn't it?
Well,
Oh, two. Oh, you better count them for yourself.
I'll turn it off.
I know you should have done that. Stopping Big Ben like that. Half the nation will be late for work.
I only switched off the television. It's 10 o'clock.
Oh, yes. 10 o'clock. May I ask you something?
Yes, certainly, General.
Who are you?
Oh, I'm here to meet you to do a program, an interview about your life.
Wife? My wife? I'm not married. I've already told you.
Oh, how could I forget?
A hairnet? How dare you? I've never worn one, not for years. When I was a boy, of course, with a very long hair, huh?
Yes, you told me that before.
Boar? Who's a boar? How dare you, madam?
This is where I came in.
Come in, my boy. Let me tell you the story of my life.
This week's Kenneth Williams Playhouse presentation was The General by Leslie Randall, starring Kenneth Williams and June Whitfield, with Bill Wallace and Christopher Emmett. The program was produced by Simon Brett.
We present Kenneth Williams Playhouse, a series of programs which have one thing in common. Their star is Kenneth Williams. This week's Playhouse presentation also stars Lance Percival and Miriam Margolyes in Get On With It.
Hello, Miriam. Hello, Lance.
Hello,
Ken.
You know today's going to be a good day.
How do you know?
Well, this morning I felt it. I felt it. Yes, all sorts of omens. I'm a great one for omens.
Yes, I've
For a
heard.
start, listen, I had a grapefruit for breakfast and I managed to cut out alternate segments all the way round.
That's supposed to be lucky.
Yes, and when I got to the station, the train stopped with a carriage door right in front of me.
Well, that's always a good sign.
Yes, then I got here without treading on a single line on the pavement.
I nearly managed that. Except I suddenly found I couldn't get to the next square.
Oh, why not?
It was on the other side of the road.
A friend of mine found that and tried to jump over, but he walked under a ladder.
Oh, that's unlucky.
I should say, it was on the back of a fire engine. But the fire engine was able to stop because by chance a bus pulled up suddenly in front of it.
Well, that was lucky.
No, unlucky. It was a number 13 bus. But it had stopped. It had stopped to let a black cat cross its path.
Oh, that's lucky, a black cat.
Ah, but it was chasing a magpie.
A magpie? No, let me see.
Yes.
1 for sorrow, 2 for joy. So one magpie was unlucky.
No, there was another magpie.
Oh,
yes, but it flew into a traffic mirror by a level crossing. It broke the mirror, it did.
Oh, that's unlucky. That's 7 years bad luck.
What's more, a train was coming, and because of the broken mirror, the fire engine driver didn't see it coming and was going over the crossing, and with my friend still clinging on underneath.
Oh, how unlucky.
But the fire engine got across.
That's lucky.
But my friend lost his grip and fell on the line.
Yes.
And the train tried to stop.
That's lucky.
But failed.
Oh, no.
Yes, several carriages went over him before it managed to stop.
Oh, how unlucky.
No, it was lucky. Yes, because when it did stop, he was bang opposite a carriage door. That was a day, wasn't he?
And now over to the Old Bailey and the court, presided over by Mr. Justice Fizzwacket.
Call Ralph Blenkinsop!
Oh, Ralph Blenkinsop!
Oh, Ralph Blenkinsop!
Are you Ralph Blenkinsop?
Yes, my lad.
And did you, last Saturday afternoon, run the full length of the crowded High Street?
Yes, my lad.
And were you completely naked, apart from the saucepan? Have you ever done this sort of thing before?
No, never, my lad.
Case dismissed. Obviously just a flash in the pan.
Time now for our regular phone-in forum. If you've got a problem, why don't you call us up? And the first caller is now on the line.
I'll be short. I'm worried about inflation. I can't make my money go as far as it used to.
And what do you do for a living, sir?
I'm a forger.
An Irish...
A forger.
An Irish forger, yes. And what currency do you forge?
I melt down penny pieces and make twopenny pieces. And sometimes I melt down 10 penny pieces and make 50 penny pieces.
Well, there can't be much profit in that.
I was thinking that myself, so I've started melting down pound notes.
And good luck to you. So next caller, please.
Hello? This is an obscene phone call.
Hello, heavy breather.
Hello?
You've got the wrong number. Yeah, the number you want is 6475. Thank you. Now I think we've got a housewife on the line. A housewife?
Yes, hello. Hello.
And how are you spending this merry morning?
Oh, I like to have a cup of tea and a chap.
A chap?
No, I was joking.
Oh, I see.
No, I think it's disgusting the way some housewives carry on. I mean, with the milkman and that. It stops them getting on with the housework.
Well, is your milkman like that?
Oh, no. He always helps me make the bed afterwards. By the way, did you transfer an obscene phone call just now?
Yes, I'm sorry. Have you rung to complain?
No, I rang to say thank you.
Well, thank you, and please don't call me at work again, dear. Who's next on the line?
Howdy.
Hello.
I want to say something about the way us outlaws and bad guys is shown in films about the old Wild West.
Oh, yes?
Yeah, the way we shown you get to thinking we never shave, we're always spitting and chewing tobacco, wiping our noses on our sleeves. Well, I reckon you ain't got the whole picture.
In what way?
Well, we don't smell too good either.
Thank you very much. Thank you, John Wayne. Well, perhaps some other people think they get a raw deal in films. Who's the next caller, please?
Hello? I am protesting to Honorable BBC for showing Chinese as inscrutable Fu Manchus, always banging gongs and speaking in proverbs and making up littles for Christmas crackers. Hello?
Making up littles?
Littles for Christmas crackers.
Oh, sorry about that.
We laughing stock. Remember, he who laughs last, laugh longest, And by the way, what is the difference between a flawed squad and a hysterical woman?
I don't know. What is the difference between the fraud squad and an hysterical woman?
One gets twisters in the neck, and the other one gets her knickers.
Thank you very much. Thank you. And the next caller, please.
Is that Mr. Percival?
Yes.
Oh, how exciting. I always listen to your program.
Oh, that's very nice of you to say.
Oh, yes, I do always. Whenever I'm tired and worn out, or irritable, or miserable even, I know I can always turn to you and the radio.
And you just switch me on?
No, I'll switch you off.
Now, ladies and gentlemen, I would like to warm the cockles and the muscles of your hearts with an old sea shanty about a mermaid. Grimsby Bay I met a maid, she was a mermaid. I was in the fishing trade and she was quite a dish. Her face was sweet, her hair was straight, her bottom such as I would hate to see carved up at Billingsgate as hunks of fish. A wooing, a mermaid meet my ruine. She was worth pursuing, was my mermaid. I asked her, will you marry me? She said, you're joking. Still, who cares when you're at sea? So on the rocks we played. I held her tight and kissed a lot. I found she wasn't half red hot. The other side, of course, was not with my mermaid. A wooing, and so much philanthropy. Takes a lot of doing with my mermaid. If we had children soon, my sweet, what would they look like? With fishes' heads and human feet, then they'd be caught, I fear. They may not swim so fast or well, and may get caught, but I can tell that once on land they'd run like hell and swim back here. A wooing, a mermaid be my ruin. I feel the troubles brewing with my mermaid. How did you escape our net and our harpoon and gun? But sailors catch what they can get, and they had you in mind. You know how nice your bait can be, and there's no sailor on the sea whose tackle is a threat to me, as you will find. A wooing, I know what I am doing, and it's better than ships crewing with my mermaid. Very soon we reach the stage. Where do we go from here? Waterbeds are still the rage. And she said, I dare say that marry some girl from the docks. With me you get some nasty shocks. A marriage starting on the rocks will end that way. A wooing, a mermaid's be my ruin. So I picked her up and threw in my sweet mermaid. Excuse me.
Yes.
This is the passport office, is it?
Yes, may I be of assistance?
Oh, yes, I've come to get a passport.
You mean you've come to apply for a passport?
Yeah, apply.
I presume you have all the relevant documents duly completed in your possession?
Oh, yes, here's my form and all my things.
A bit grubby, isn't it?
Yeah, well, it got left in my pants when the wife washed them.
Yes, well, I suppose it could be copied. Yes, let's just see what mistakes you've made here. You people usually do make mistakes. Yes, what's this? Visible peculiarities? None?
No.
Well, what about that nose?
What about my nose?
Oh, dear, that'll never do. No. I better alter that to, exceptionally large proboscis.
Yeah. Hang on. What's that mean?
Well, it's a sort of snout or trunk.
You mean like an elephant?
Well, you could say that, yeah. Well, now then, these ears of yours, I think they warrant a mention. Let's see, now,
big floppy ears should cover them, I think.
No, stop
Yeah, skin and general appearance should be noted.
What do you mean? What's wrong with my skin?
Well, it's not so much your skin that's at fault. It just doesn't seem to be... There seems to be too much of it, that's all, really. Combine that with your general appearance and you'll see what I mean. Now, general appearance. Yes, somewhat elephantine, I would say.
Elephantine? Hang on. From that description, I'd only need 2 tusks and I'd be a flipping elephant.
Oh, you mean you're not?
Well, of course I'm not. Any idiot can see that.
Oh, wait a minute. I better put my glasses on.
Yeah, you better put your glasses on.
Yes, you're right. You're right. You don't look a bit like an elephant now, do you?
No.
Oh, I feel such a fool.
Yes, I think so.
Well, I better amend this form then, hadn't I?
Yes.
Yes. Now, how do you spell rhinoceros?
The Unlikely Cases of Sherlock Holmes, number 74. The Italian Restaurant.
Excellent places, these Italian restaurants, Holmes. I mean, like a stomach full of Italian food.
Alimentary, my dear Watson. This one is particularly noted for its wines. Waitress, would you pour me a little taste from that bottle of Valpolicella?
Ah, sì, signor. Very good. A little to taste.
A new wine. 1974, in fact. Dry. From a hillside near the Rhone, I think probably the vineyard of Vicenza.
Oh, very astute of you, Holmes.
I recommend this wine. It is from my own village.
Bottom left-hand corner of the vineyard.
How do you know that, Holmes?
The grapes were harvested from the perimeters of the vineyard where they're sheltered from the sun half of the day by the hillside of the other valley.
Great heavens, you astound me, sir.
Then trodden in the vat by someone with very small feet. The grapes were obviously longer in the trading process. That's always usual, then. It takes someone with small feet longer, you see. Oh, heavens above, Watson. I think we're on to a murder.
What, Holmes?
I can detect a trace of blood. Blood group O. A stabbing, I would say.
How can you possibly know that, Holmes?
I can taste particles of metal from the knife. And there are traces of perspiration, which means the victim was stabbed from in front.
Magnificent, Holmes, but why?
Elementary, my dear Watson. The blood flowed down the front of the body to the toes, where all perspiration of the foot resides, not on the heel.
May I pour the wine now, signor?
No, wait, you impertinent chit. Now, if he was stabbed from in front, the killer must have been someone he knew. He saw him coming and let him approach. Now, who would he allow to climb in the vat with him?
A friend or a relative?
Or a wife or a lover, Watson? These vineyards are run by families. Wait, though. There's a trace of another blood group. OA negative, if I'm not mistaken. That of a distant cousin, perhaps, who must have inflicted a wound on himself or herself.
You are a genius, Holmes.
Probably when she tried to withdraw the knife. Now, the body must have fallen into the vat, so the killer must have cut her hand trying to retrieve the knife from the depths of the vat before making her escape, probably self-imposed exile to another country.
Oh, it's remarkable, Holmes.
Shall I pour the wine now, signor?
Our criminal is therefore an Italian from Vicenza, sunburnt on one side of the face due to living in a half-sheltered valley, probably working in a restaurant somewhere with a scar on her head and very small feet, an inherited family feature with a tendency to fall over.
Holmes, the waitress has fallen over, revealing the other side of her face and a scar on her hand. And she's cut herself.
Just as I thought. Blood group OA negative.
Sì, signor. Is it true, davvero? Is it true? Poor Papa Roberto. I kill him. Please, no tell. I will do anything for you. Anything I will do. Tell me. What must I do?
Before the wine, they were gasping.
And now back to the Old Bailey and Mr. Justice Fizzwacket.
Call Tiny Shrimpton! Call Tiny Shrimpton!
Call Tiny Shrimpton!
Are you Tiny Shrimpton?
Yes, my lad.
Of no fixed abode?
Yes, my lad.
And are you a circus midget with Scruffy Bill's Circus?
Yes, my lad.
And did you on September 28th attempt to assault the giant lady?
Well, yes, my lad.
Have you anything to say in your defense?
Well, yes, I have, my lad. You see, it was my mates what put me up to it.
And now a beauty hint from our beauty expert, Miss Miriam Margulies.
Yes.
And what are you going to tell us about today, Miriam?
How to get rid of your crow's feet.
And how do you do that?
Bash it on the toes with a chloramiracle. Doctor, shall I bring the next patient in?
No, yes, nurse. Yes,
right, well, this way, please, sir.
Come in. Now then, what can we do for you?
Well, I got the blues so bad I just can't sleep at night.
I beg your pardon?
I said, I got the blues so bad I just can't sleep at night.
Oh, yes, the blues, yes, there's a lot of it about, isn't there? Yes. How long have you had this trouble?
Ever since I lost my baby, I can't tell wrong from right.
You lost a baby? Oh, the baby, your baby. Oh, you lost your baby. Ah, yes, I see. Right, but I think we'll just take a few details, don't you? Try to find out what's the cause. Could I have your name?
Well, they call me Howlin' Jake. I got Mississippi in my veins.
Mississippi is not a common blood group. Let's see what we can do. And the address, please, Mr. Jake.
I was born in poverty. I've known misery, death, and pain.
Aspirins. Very good for that. We can always slip you a bottle of those. Yes, and how are the waterworks?
Well, I just broke out of jail. Now I'm on the run again.
Right, yes, it's a familiar pattern, isn't it? Yes. Now, I wonder if you would just open your mouth for me. Say, please. Could you do that? Say, Fine. And again, please. Once more, please. Yes, well, there's not much wrong with the old heartbeat, is there? No, look, could you just lie down here on the couch? That's fine. Now, you'd better take your guitar off. That's right. Now, just hold still. I can assure you this is going to hurt you more than it's going to hurt me. There, that should do it. Now, Mr. Dunican, shall we try it once again?
Well, hello there. I'd like to sing a song from Paddy O'Donoghue and Daily Lady's Donkey. Welcome, Carl. Thank you very much.
Once again, over to the Old Bailey and Mr. Justice Fizzwacket.
You see that girl over there, Usher? I say, ask her if she's not doing anything tonight, whether she'd like to come out to a restaurant.
Yes, my lad. Tell that girl the judge would like to take her out to a restaurant and she's not doing anything. Pass it on.
Oh, yes. Tell the girl the judge is going to take away restaurant for dinner if she's not doing anything. Pass it on.
Yes, all right. Well, tell the girl, all right, that the judge would like to have her for dinner if she's got nothing on.
Excuse me, miss. The judge says he could eat you for dinner and wants to have you.
What?
Only if you haven't got anything on.
Oh, you can tell the judge I've never heard such a suggestion.
Yes, miss. Tell the judge she's got indigestion. Pass it on.
Is she ill?
Oh, yes. You can tell the judge. Pass it on.
Oh, she's ill. You can tell it's something the judge has passed on.
Pardon?
The judge has passed on.
The judge has passed on. Good, I must pass it on to the Usher. Usher. And tell the judge has passed on.
It looks all right to me.
Have you passed it on?
I passed it.
What are you muttering about, Usher? Will that girl come out and have dinner with me tonight?
No, my lad. Well, she thinks you're past it.
time for our midnight horror story. The gripping tale of the American city terrorized by the giant spider. Let us turn the pages of the casebook of investigator extraordinary Gritstone. The story starts in a small municipality on the edge of the Arizona desert, in the house of a distraught scientist. To his rescue comes Gritstone.
Good evening.
You've come just in time. I was just going out. You must be Gritstone.
Investigator extraordinary.
Yes, I see what you mean.
And this is Miss Cherry, my aide.
Hi, Doc.
But Gritstone, she's a woman.
Yeah, I told you that chest wig wouldn't fool anybody.
But this is no place for a woman. Anyway, come in, the pair of you. And you too, Gritstone, yes. Something terrible has happened. It almost happened. You see, for years, I've been working on a growth booster drug to find the secret of growth acceleration in animals. Their acceleration, you understand. Last night I injected a spider with a drug, and this morning I came down to my laboratory and it was gone.
And you want us to find your laboratory?
No! The spider! There's no telling what size it could be by now. You see, just knocked down an entire outside wall there. What shall I do?
We'll build on a sun lounge.
Grit, look! Out there in the desert!
Good heavens! A spider!
It must be all of 100 feet high.
Oh, I haven't seen an insect that big since I was knee-high to a grasshopper.
Look! It's heading towards the city.
Oh! Don't it know it's early closing? Hold it back, Doc. Hold it back. What's his name?
No, I have no control over it.
There's only one thing to do. Give me a double dose of the growth booster drug.
Now, what good will that do?
Well, then I can go out and tread on it.
I can't let you do that, Doctor. You see, I love him.
Well, I can see your problem, Miss Cherry, but don't worry, I can get him back to normal afterwards.
You can?
Now, this won't hurt a bit, Gritstone. Yes. Yeah, won't hurt a bit, it'll hurt a lot. Never mind. Now you should start growing. There. I've seen grown men weep after injections, but I've never seen a weeping man grow. 8 feet, 9 feet, 10 feet, mind the ceiling, Gritstone! Oh, I should have taken him outside the house first.
What's happening, Doc? And what's that marble pillar? I wasn't there just now.
That's Gritstone's leg, Miss Cherry.
And what's that?
His other leg.
And what's that?
Well, that's his other... Hey, wait a minute. How many legs has your friend got here? 2, 4, 6, 8, and they're mighty hairy.
Doc, you've turned him into a spider.
Oh, butterfingers.
Look, he's going out after the other one. Give me the antidote syringe. I'm going after him.
No, hey, come back, Miss Cherry. Come back. He'll tear you apart. Come back.
Well, you've sure done it this time, Doc. You've started a proper panic. Listen to that. That's just the police force. All right, men, get your guns loaded and fire away.
No, you can't do that, sir.
Hold it.
You might hit the girl.
What's she doing out there?
She's in love with one of the spiders.
Well, it takes all sorts, I suppose.
Injection to reduce the size.
What about the girl?
Well, she's okay for size.
Well, here it comes. Good luck, Doc. Good luck.
Oh, you're just in time, Doc. Yeah, that was a close shave. I nearly had Miss Cherry on top of me.
Hello, everybody.
Miss Cherry, what have you done with the spider?
I injected it with the antidote. He's back to normal.
A little spider?
No, silly. Look, here he is.
Hello, everybody.
Oh, 2 Gritstones?
Yeah.
Oh, no, that's worse than big spiders. All right, squad. Number off from the left. Now.
1,
2, 3. Oh, all right, you horrible lot. Let's have it again, properly this time, properly. Number off from the left. Now.
1,
2, 3, 4. All right, you. Are you one?
Yes, you one too.
Get the heck out of my
This week's Kenneth Williams Playhouse presentation was Get On With It by Peter Spence, with additional material by Arnold Brown, Jeremy Brown, Howard Imber, Les Lilly, Patrick Murray and Brendan Martin, Phil Redmond and David Wenwick. The music was by the Nick Rowley Trio. The show, of course, starred Kenneth Williams, Lance Percival, Miriam Margolyes, and was produced by Simon Brett.
Gentlemen, Kenneth Williams Cabaret. For the next 27 minutes, starting now, without hesitation, repetition or deviation, but with interruption from star guest, you'll be in the company of Mr. Kenneth Williams!
Welcome to half an hour of fun, frippery and frolic. It was to have been an hour, actually, but half the show got cut on account of the scriptwriter was half cut. I mean, some of the ideas were ludicrous. You see, come on in the Dorita swingback with the Diamante bodice and sing this number. Light the lights, clear the tracks. You've got nothing to do but... Yes, that's what you wanted me to do. Can you imagine? I said, rubbish, no thank you, it's not me. I'm more your suave, butch. Yes, you know. I said, I'm more your suave, butch compare with the dulcet tones doing the good evening and welcome bit. Because I do that nicely, do you notice that? Good evening and welcome. I do it charmingly, don't I? And it comes trippingly off the tongue, you see. There's no strain. Because you can't strain your opening. You can't, no, your greens, yes, but your opening, no. You can't have a strained opening. No good coming on saying, good evening, welcome to the show. I mean, they'd think your mind was elsewhere, wouldn't they? Think you'd strained a ligament or something. You can't shout at them either like some terrible sergeant major. Good evening, It ruins the tonsils, wreaks havoc with your larynx. You end up with the bronchial blockage. It happened to me. But enough of my troubles. You want to hear about our first guest this evening, and ladies and gentlemen, it is Cantabile.
Listen to the rhythm of the bebop sound. Focus on the smokers in the cocktail lounge. Glancing at the dance, come hanging around. I'm here with Mr. Jazz. Moving is grooving, it'll make you dance. A reason for and please, this spell of romance. Tonight's the night, you might be in with a chance. Just trust in Mr. Jazz. As you hear that music play, you'll find your senses slip away, and then you'll have to spend the day along with Mr. Jazz. You'll be taken and be shaken by surprise. Give it to the rhythm that can hypnotize. Only when the night is through you realize the size of Mr. Jazz. Ooh baba, dee dee bop, ooh mama. He's a North American star. From nightfall till dawn, he will shine your shoe leather. No cold will bows in their ivory towers, and long resist such heavy weather. Ba-da-da, ba-ba-da, ba-doo-doo-doo-doo, ba-doo-doo-doo-doo, ba. Ba-da-da, ba-da-da, ba-doo-doo-doo-doo, ba-doo-doo-doo-doo, ba. Do-ah, 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 da-da-da-da-da-da. Ba-da-da, ba-da-da, ba-doo-doo-doo-doo-doo, ba-doo-doo-doo-doo, ba-doo-doo-doo-doo. pass. He uses all the juice into one glass. Crooning and swooning at the buddy's brass. He's gone on Mr. Jazz. That's Mr. Jazz.
Thank you, Cantabile. I'm still having trouble with this scriptwriter. He's round the back moaning in the dressing room, ranting on about the BBC not providing refreshments. I said there's crisps and twiglets. They're nice, those twiglets, aren't they? He dismissed them with contempt, a load of rubbish. And then he started on again about the song. Why didn't you finish it? He said, marvellous that. Light the lights, clear the tracks. You've got nothing to do. You don't want to hear it again, do you? No. No, I said, no, it's not me. Ah, I hear you ask. What is me? Yes. How often have you writhed in torment and uncertainty, asking yourself, who is Kenny? What is Kenny? Who does he think he is? One woman came up to me and said, who do you think you are? I said, madam, there is a destiny that shapes our ends. She hasn't shaped yours very well, have they? There's a touch of doom in your deportment. I said, well, that was an old war wound. I was out there, wasn't I, with my back to the wall. She said, what wall? I said, Adrian's wall, of course. Yes, I was holding it up. That Adrian had no idea about Brick Lane. Oh, he had no idea. He had 5,000 Romans, you know, with muscles rippling and sweating in the noonday heat, and the result, lovely sunburnt arms. But of course, the rotten wall. And I'm a sun worshipper myself. I can't get enough of it. That's why my skin is this lovely olive. Had I the time or the inclination to divest myself, you'd see that I was olive all over. People cry out, that's olive all over. I know olive. Of course they know. Of course they know. I mean, one port and lemon, and everyone knows her. Shouting the odds, shame the housetops, I avoid her. The last I heard, she'd renounced all worldly goods and asked for 77 other offences taken into consideration. Like myself, I've renounced more worldly goods than you've had hot dinners, I can tell you. None of your social gadfly for me. I am your actual recluse. They can have their park lanes and their limousines. They can have their sequined handbags. They can have mine. Enough of this rhodomontade. It's time for you to hear another kind of drollery. And incidentally, she is a really dear chum of mine. So I want a very warm welcome for Miss Pat Coombs.
Hello? Hello, Maud? Maud? Is that you? It's me. Me, Gert. Yes. Oh, I ain't caught you doing something, have I? Hey, you eating? Oh, new teeth. Yeah. Oh. Yeah, it sounds like you was eating. Well, if you're entitled to 'em, have 'em, that's what I say. Yes, you paid in. Of course. Well, no, listen, no, you have to persevere with them, yes. Oh, my sister was the same, yeah. She seems to be getting on all right with them now, though. Yes, she wears them all the time now. We call her Jaws. Yeah. She has to take them out when she's eating. Yeah. Or talking, yes. Well, see, they bite her tongue when she talks. Yeah. No, anyway, no, listen. Oh, we had a marvellous funeral down here last week. Oh, yeah, you would have loved it. Yes. Remember old Mrs. Fairclough at number 13? Yes. Well, she died. 95. Well, she couldn't grumble, I suppose. She'd had a good run. Yes, 95. She had her share of the old age pension before she went. Must have got back a good bit of what she paid in. Yes. Here, listen, I'll see her up the cemetery a few months before she dies. Burying her eldest daughter, Win. Yes. I had a little joke with her. I said, here, I said, hardly worth you going home again, is it? Yeah, she laughed. Well, I mean, many a true word. Oh, but she had a good send-off, though. Went off in a big limousine. Yes. Of course, she'd have preferred the horses. They never started the horses trotting till they was 3 streets away, did they? Yes. Yeah. Different now, though. They just rush you off now. Can't wait to get you down now. Yeah. Even go through red lights. Here, we got them new buses now. Yes. When you have to pay the driver now when you get on. Oh, yes, not like in the old days when they had conductors. I know, yes. Yeah, you get a free ride in them days. Yeah, that's right. Yes, you go upstairs, get down the front, shut your eyes and make out you was asleep. Yeah, no one asked you for your fare. Make yourself comfortable. Start snoring and no one bothered you. Yeah. Here, I've got bothered once, though. Want the conductor, though? No. I'm sure it wasn't him, but... Well, see, I couldn't open my eyes in case it was him. Well, I hadn't got the fare, had I, you see? Awkward. He kept his hand there from Aldgate to Oxford Circus. Only took it off then, I suppose, because he had to get off himself. Unless it was the conductor. Yeah. And I had 2 more stops to go, so I couldn't open my eyes till then. In case it was. Yes. Well, whoever he was ever so gentle, yeah. Yes, not like some you meet. No. All grab, aren't they now? Yes. Wish I'd had the fare, though. Seen what he was like. I've often wondered what he was like. Yes, I know. Well, I better get off this phone and let you get to bed then. Of course, I keep forgetting. Night time in Australia now, isn't it? Yes, and no, listen, I've got to phone out Georgie in Canada before old Carey gets in. He's a mean old sod. He don't like us cleaning ladies using his phone. Cheery ho then. Good on ya.
Thank you very much for these fat tunes. Our next spot was to have featured Ethel Fosdyke discussing the Shoeburyness social circle and knitting class. You know the sort of thing, knit one, drop one, purl one. I thought it was a straightforward social circle and knitting class where you all sat round in a circle being social and showing your class. But apparently it's a matrimonial agency as well. I was taken aback. Well, they were still knitting the front. And they said, it's all done by computer. We feed in your data and find you an ideal companion. I said, is this what romance has come to? Put your mate in a machine? Will you make me into a cipher? Will you give me a number? They said, don't worry, mate, we've all got your number. But I expect you're wondering how I got mixed up with Ethel Fosdyke. Anyway, well, I'll tell you, she runs this Shoeburyness annual fete. She's on the pickle stall, and she does a marvellous apple turnover. And she asked me to open it. The fete, not the turnover. And I went down there, and I was in the middle of my soliloquy, and I noticed the sparsity, and I said, here, half of them are gone. And she said, yes, well, it says in the programme, if wet, go to running buffet. I said, but it's not wet. She said, no, but you are. I thought, oh, well, there's many a true word spoken in Shoebury-ness. I joined the rest of them in this running buffet. We were all running round this buffet. I nearly caught up with it twice. And eventually we came to the actual pièce de résistance. That's French for the one you can't resist. And they couldn't resist my rendering of the love duet from Pallias and Millicent. Aha, yes, I hear you ask, yes. How can one man, I hear you ask, do a duet? Well, you see, it's because I am one of your actual bivocals. And it got a fantastic reception. Afterwards they said, Kenny, why limit it to Shoebury-ness? Why not take it to Rome, Paris, Berlin, and leave it there? So I did, which was just as well, because it's time for you to meet our next guest. Let's have a warm hand for someone I have adored ever since I first saw her on Play Away. Ladies and gentlemen, Julie Covington.
Easy come and easy go and play it cool and keep it gay. We were in love the only way the free can be. But do you realize what you meant to me? Try to lead me on. My eyes were open all the way and really scarcely even shone. But now you've easy come and gone. It feels unreal. I guess there must be something wrong. By crying after the event, I never had the temperament, I guess, for less than everything you might have meant to me. That was a song written by Pete Atkin and Clive James, and I'm now going to sing you a song which is quite a bit older than that one, and it's called After You've Gone. Come listen to me, honey, while I say, how come you tell me that you're going away? Don't say that we must part. Don't break my aching heart. You know I've loved you, baby, through the years. I've loved you night and day. Come on now, baby, can't you see my tears? Listen to what I say. no denying. You feel blue, you feel sad. You'll miss the best pal that you've ever had. There'll come a time, don't you forget it. There'll come a time, you know that you'll regret it. Oh, baby, think what you're doing. You know my love for you will drive me to ruin. After you've gone away. Do you remember how you used to say that you would love me in the same old way? But now it's very strange that you should ever change. Perhaps some other sweetie's won your heart and tempted you away. But let me warn you, though we're miles apart, you regret someday. After you've gone and left me crying, after you've gone, there's no denying. You feel blue and you feel sad. You'll miss the best pal that you've ever had. There'll come a time, don't you forget it. There'll come a time, you know that you'll regret it. Oh, baby, think what you're doing. You know my love for you will drive me to ruin. After you've gone away.
Thank you, Julie Covington. And now we come to the diary spot. This is where I run over the week's events. Monday, the steam and massage parlour at Plumstead, where the masseur said, "Ew, you've got a nasty mole on your neck." I said, "Yes, they come in from the river. Knock it off." Tuesday dinner with Elvira Crystal Ball Clotworthy and her new medium, Chipati of Clapham. She said he produced an ectoplasm, but it looked more like a blancmange to me. Wednesday, the Andalusian folk dancing at Camden Town. They didn't look very Andalusian either. When I called out, "Hasta la vista," one of them shouted, "Do me a favour." Quite low, and it sounds Spanish at all. And then Thursday, saw Elvira again. She said Chipati of Clapham had introduced her to Indian roulette. I said, "That's a new one on me. I've heard of Russian roulette. What on earth is Indian roulette?" She said, "You sit with your snake charmer's flute, playing it, surrounded by 6 cobras, and one of them's deaf." Well, I know you're all agog to hear the rest of the week's happenings, but you'll have to wait. You'll have to wait until the next episode. So it's time now for you to welcome back our singing group, ladies and gentlemen, Cantabile.
The olden days, a glimpse of stocking was looked on as something shocking. Now heaven knows, anything goes. Good authors too, who once knew better words, now only use for letter words. Writing prose, anything goes. The world has gone mad today, and good's bad today, and black's white today, and day's night today. When most guys today that women prize today are just silly gigolos. So though I'm not a great romancer, I know that you're bound to answer when I propose. Anything goes. Time Puritans got a shock when they landed on Plymouth Rock. If today any shock they should try to stand, instead of landing on Plymouth Rock would land on them. In olden days, a glimpse of Starking was looked on as something shocking. Now heaven knows, anything goes. Good authors too, who once knew better words, now only use for letter words, writing prose. Anything goes. The world has gone mad today, and good's bad today, and black's white today, and day's night today, and most guys today that women prize today are just silly gigolos. So, though I'm not a great romancer, I know that you're bound to answer when I propose. Anything goes. Anything goes. Anything
Thank you, Cantabile, and that, I'm afraid, brings us to the end of the show. And yes, but we've got this lovely closing quatrain from Hartley Stacknich, the well-known knee trembler of Neasden, and it's entitled No, come on, something about. It's entitled Consolation. Happy the man who walks alone and keeps to a solitary route, but better the man who drives a car with a couple of birds in the boot. Thank you very much.
Kenneth Williams Cabaret starred Kenneth Williams. His guests were Cantabile, Julie Covington and Pat Coombs. Music from the Burt Rhodes Orchestra. The script was by Kenneth Williams and Johnny Spate, and the show was produced by Jonathan James Moore.
Ladies and gentlemen, Kenneth Williams Cabaret. For the next 27 minutes, starting now, without hesitation, repetition or deviation, but with interruption from star guests, you'll be in the company of Mr. Kenneth Williams.
Good evening and welcome to Half an Hour of Radio Razzmatazz, presented by your own blue-eyed Bloomsbury bombshell, the lovely, the delectable, put him on the mantelpiece, Kenneth Williams. Yes, well, I'm not one to blow my own trumpet. I am your natural foghorn anyway, and I have the flared nostrils to prove it. What a nose, eh? What a nose! It's been variously referred to as retrousse, patrician, and wahooter. But when I've been sneezing, I'm not kidding, it's like an electric light bulb. Well, I mean, you can see me coming a mile off. They did tonight when I arrived here. They were shouting and screaming. I was besieged by fans. I had to remonstrate. I said, here, you two ladies can be heard halfway up the street. I said, this is a BBC show. BBC show. People are trying to sleep. And she said, well, you're the man for this show. It wants someone with guts and go and virility. And I said, yes, you're right. And I've got the guts and go, and I'm sure we can come to some arrangement. And here, with their own special arrangement of Sentimental Journey is our group. Give them a warm hand. It is Cantabile.
Every rolling stone gets to feel alone when home sweet home is far away. I'm a rolling stone who's been so alone. until today. Gonna take a sentimental journey. Gonna set my heart at ease. Gonna make a sentimental journey to renew old memories. I got my bag. I got my reservation. Spend each dime I could afford. Like a child in wild anticipation, long to hear that all aboard. 7, that's the time we leave at 7. I'll be waiting up for heaven, counting every mile of railroad track that takes me back. Never thought my heart could be so yearning. Why did I decide to roam? Gotta take a sentimental journey. Sentimental journey home. Sentimental journey home. Sentimental journey home. Sweet home.
Thank you, Cantabile. Well, there's a bit of class for you, eh? This show caters for your intelligentsia, your detached as opposed to your semi, and your champagne as opposed to the milk stout, your sophisticate as opposed to your actual idiot. All the acts in the show are vetted, and we needed a vet with one of them, I can tell you, because this bloke, Biggs, he brought on what he called was a talking horse. Can you believe it? A talking horse? Can you believe it? He said this horse will answer any questions put to it. And he said, now, for instance, what's the opposite of yay? And this horse went, nay. And then he said, what is the first letter of the alphabet? And the horse said, nay. I said, wait a minute, let's see if he answers my question. And I said to it, now, of what city do they say, see it and die? And the horse went, nay, Florence. I realized straight away it was a con. And I said to this Biggs, go on, get out of here, gave him the boot. Goodbye, and he was out of there like a shot. I'd say goodbye, too. And I have to now, because it's time for you to say hello to Peter Goodright.
Oh, thank you very much indeed. You know, you won't believe this, but I was coming here on the bus, and there was a little chap... there was a little chap sitting next to me, and we got chatting, you know how you do. And I said to him, I said, who are you? I said, who are you? And he said, A.T. I said, oh, extraterrestrial. He said, no, Ernie Thompson. He said, I wonder if you can help me. I said, well, I will if I can, you know. He said, well, you see, it's like this. He said, this dinner time, I was coming out the house, and this geezer come up the garden path. See? And he said to me, he said, are you Ernie Thompson? And I said, yes. He said, well, I'm from Littlewoods. And I said, blimey, I said. Don't tell me I've won the pools. He said, no, we've just nicked your wife for shoplifting. The world's full of funny things, isn't it, right? Do you know, the other day there was a fire up in Piccadilly Circus, and one of the firemen was going up the ladder when his helmet fell off. Now, a typical Londoner was passing by at that very moment, and he saw that happen. And he thought to himself, oh, dearie, dearie, dearie. He thought, that man is going to need that helmet. So, being a good citizen, he picked up the helmet and went up the ladder after the fireman. Now, by this time, the fireman who got up to the top of the ladder, he was fighting the fire. And the passerby, finding the helmet a bit difficult to manage, put it on his head. So he got up the top of the ladder, and the passerby, to attract the fireman's attention, he pulled on his trouser leg. He said, excuse me. Excuse me. And the fireman said, get off! Get off! He said, I got to your helmet. I got to your helmet. He said, I can't hear a word you're saying. Where are you from? And the fellow said, Bombay. He said, blimey, that was quick. They're not here from Victoria yet. You know, isn't it funny how sometimes you just can't help overhearing what other people talk about, what they say? Here's a little selection of conversations overheard. Oh. What a lovely colour that cow is. Ah, it's a Jersey. Oh, I thought it was its skin. Mavis, did you know it takes 3 sheep to make a sweater? Oh, really? I didn't even know they could knit. I've examined you, Mr. Crowthorne, and I'm very sorry to have to tell you that you've only got 2 weeks to live. Ah. Well, I'll have the last week in August and the first week in September. Our church is looking for a treasurer.
Well, I thought you only had a new one only last month.
Ah, he's the one we're looking for. Good morning. Have you got a sheep's head?
No, it's just the way I part my hair. I've just come from cemetery, Charlie.
Oh, who's dead?
All of them.
I didn't like it in Spain. I kept getting my bottom pinched.
Well, all girls get their bottom pinched in Spain.
With pliers?
Ladies and gentlemen, you've been a very nice audience. Just before I go, I'll leave you with this thought. Never put off until tomorrow what you can do today. Just think, if you like it today, you can do it again tomorrow. Goodbye!
Thank you, Peter Goodright. Oh, you're a very clever boy. He told me he got his original idea while watching a couple of porpoises sharing an umbrella in the Edgware Road during Quinquagesimal. They were sheltering from a thunderstorm at the time. Well, inspiration comes to people in different ways. Archimedes found his in the bath. Benjamin Franklin flew a kite in a storm and discovered electricity. Sir Isaac Newton got smacked on the head with an apple and discovered slapstick. Brilliant act. Oh, the innovations are endless, aren't they? More recent inventions include a device which enables you to watch television in the drawing room while cooking the dinner in the kitchen. It's a fork with a 30-foot handle. Which brings me very cleverly to Handel's Largo, because he composed it. Yes, he did. He composed it naked on top of the Mendip Hills. Well, you see, his mind was going. He'd never been the same since the Largo was diluted with his water music. You see, all these great composers had to battle against tremendous adversity. Look at Tchaikovsky. Every time he said his name, someone said, bless you. And he never had a cold in his life, apart from the time he sat on this bare mountain trying to pinch ideas off Randall, who was the dab hand of the old philately, I can tell you, oh...
Ah, here you ask, yes. What's stamp collecting got to do with music? Well, I'll tell you, nothing. It's just a whimsicality such as might be found at the top of the Mendip Hills. They were all up there, all these composers, whimsying about in search of inspiration. Beethoven was up there too. He was with his butler, who was fed up with the whole expedition and freezing to boot. He said, "Listen, Ludwig." He talked like that. He said, "Listen, Ludwig, I'm going. All this composing lark," he said, "it's not me at all. It's all right for you. You're as deaf as a post. You can't hear yourself thumping out all this rubbish on the Joanna. But let's face it, Ducky, you're no Liberace. I like a bit of melody. I can't listen to any more of your stuff. I'm going." And Beethoven said, "You can't leave me. I can't compose anything without you. You've been my inspiration." And he said, "Oh, Ludwig, I've been your inspiration. I can hardly believe that." Ha 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 ha. Ha 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 ha. Takes a bit of getting, does it? It's awfully subtle, my stuff, you see. Of course, if Beethoven had been alive today, he'd have been writing songs for me, but he isn't, so instead, here's a number more suited to rambling Sid Rumpo, who'd introduce it thus. Well, hello, me dearios, and my song tonight is about a fabled horse, the Somerset Nog, so-called, because it's like a cross between a nag and a dog. It's half Suffolk Punch and half Dachshund. This Nog is a strange-looking creature. Its 3 hands are 18 foot long. Not pretty to look at, but the rhubarb in that part is one of the finest. And my song tells of a man who wanted to go to the great fair at Gander Poke Bog. So he asked this farmer for a loan of his Nog so he can take all his friends with him. And it proceeds in this fashion. Clear my throat, you see. Reg pubes, lend me your great Nog, rollock my facet and griddle my nodes. No, something about it. For I want for to go down to Gander Poke Bog, with Len Posset, Tim Screevy, the Reverend Phipps, Peggy Luke, Solly Levi, Ginger Epstein, Abel Stephen True, Fitzcotch Lil, Mrs. Catamount, Mess, Habit, Deepfly, and Trust Box, Solicitors and Commissioners for Oaths, Father Fantagost for Alice, David Ash, Eddie Rosencrantz, Barbara Woodhouse, Old Uncle Dick Francis and all, Old Uncle Dick Francis and all. So they all go on, except for Alice, who don't get on with no one, and off they go. But, oh, no, something's not there. No, sad to relate. The horse snaps in two and expires. But they do say, as how its ghost walks abroad in the 2 halves, and if you be passing Gander Poke Bog at midnight, they do say you can hear the 2 ghostly halves of the Nog singing in duet. Reg pubes, you lent your great Nog, rollock me facet and griddle my nose. And now my remains are in Gander Poke Bog, with Len Posset, Tim Screevy, the Reverend Phipps, Peggy Luke, Solly Levi, Ginger Epstein, Abel Stephen True, Fitzcotch Lil, Mrs. Catamount, Mess, Happy Deep Flight, Trust Box, and Missions for Oaths, Feather Anticost, the Alice, David Ash, Eddie Rosencrantz, Barbara Woodhouse, and Uncle Dick Francis, and all, Old Uncle Dick Francis, and all. Thank you very much. Thank you very much for that underwhelming reception. And now it's time for you to meet a real singer. Yes, it is. It's a warm hand, ladies and gentlemen, for Lois Lane.
Cigarette holder, which wigs me over his shoulder, he digs me. Out cat, that satin doll. Baby, shall we go out skipping? Careful, let me go. You're flipping. He speaks Latin, that satin dog. He's nobody's fool, so I'm playing it cool as can be. I'll give it a try, but I ain't for no guy catching me. Telephone numbers, well, you know, I'm doing my rumbas with you know, and that my satin dog, yeah. Out catting, that satin dog. He speaks Latin, my satin dog. Satin dog. Do-wee, do-do, do-do, do-wee, do-do, do-do, ba, ba-you, 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 ba-ya, ba-ya, do-da, do-wa, ba-ya, do-da, do-wa. Nobody's fool. I think I'm gonna play it cool as can be. Maybe I'll give it a try, but I ain't for no guy catching me. Switcheroo-ny telephone numbers. Well, you know I'm doing my rubbers with you know. Satin dog. My satin dog, and then my satin
Lovely artist, takes you out of yourself, doesn't she? And I needed taken out of myself. I can tell you, I've been feeling a little wan. Well, I have, and I saw this travel film, lovely scenery, and this voice-over said,
majestic palms shelter the holidaymakers. He sips his glass of eau-de-vie, while the young ones strum their washboards on the surfboards. See an ancient civilization shake hands with modern culture as a gnarled old goat herd tending his flock on the hillside road is run over by a continental Bentley. Yes, it is all happening. Life on the French Riviera is gay.
And I thought, oh, well, I'll have a bicycle, you know, of the gaiety. So I shot round. Yes, you've done it too. I shot round to this travel agent. She said, yes, I can do you 14 days, £100, party of 6. I said, £100? That's marvellous. All in? She said, yes. All 6 of you in the same room. Oh, no, I don't fancy that. All that jostling for the basin. No, it's the closeness that counts. We always say the closer the contact, the less of the cost. You'll love every minute of it, shaving together in the same mirror. I said, don't bother, Ducky. I went to my usual haunt, anyway, with Mrs. Clotworthy at Monrepos, the front, Cringford. Yeah, she's very good. Marvellous there. £15 a night with use of cruet. Oh, very nice. She keeps a lovely table, and such repartee. I said to her, is this toad in the hole? She said, no, it's punched up the uter. Laugh. I thought I'd never start. So anyway, I must stop now, because they're signaling me to introduce, for the closing number, Cantabile.
Country made up to London had strayed, although with her nature it did not agree, which made her repent and so bitterly lament. I wish once again for the North Country, the oak and the ash and the bonny ivy tree, they flourish at home in my own country. Oh, the oak and the ash, oh, the ivy tree, they flourish at home in my own country. She liked not the court nor the city resort, since there was no fancy for maids such as she. Their pomp and their pride I never can abide, because with my humour it does not agree. The oak and the ash and the bonny ivy tree, they flourish at home in my own country. The oak and the ash and the bonny ivy tree, they flourish at home in my own country. And good frolic on each holiday. The oak and the ash and the bonny ivy tree, they flourish at home in my own country. The oak and the ash and the bonny ivy tree, they flourish at home in my own country. The oak and the ash and the bonny ivy tree, they flourish at home in my own country.
Thank you, Cantabile. Well, it only remains for me to quote those lovely lines penned by Hartley Stacknitch in aid of Kick a Cod Cutlet for Cleethorpes Week, and dedicated... No, shut your mouth. It's dedicated... No, shut up, it is. Dedicated to all senior citizens. When I was young, I'd woo a girl. I'd flatter her beauty and spoil her. But now that I'm old and grey, I'll settle for any old boiler.
Kenneth Williams Cabaret starred Kenneth Williams. His guests were Cantabile, Lois Lane and Peter Goodright. Music was by the Burt Roach Orchestra, the script was by Kenneth Williams, and the show was produced by Jonathan James Moore. Gentlemen, Kenneth Williams Cabaret. For the next 27 minutes, starting now, without hesitation, repetition or deviation, but with interruption from star guests, you'll be in the company of Mr. Kenneth Williams.
Good evening and welcome to half an hour of Radio Rodomontade with your how'd you say it? It means you can't impersonate them, doesn't it? Yeah. Actually, I have been impersonated, and the bloke said to me afterwards, what do you think of me doing an impersonation of you? I said, well, one of us is terrible. Anyway, I was staggered when I was asked to do this show. I really was staggered. They had me up at the boardroom of the BBC. It was very grand. All your Sheraton and your Spanish tooled leather and your framed photograph of a Nona Wynn. All the biggest heads were there, some of the biggest heads in show business, I can tell you. And the chairman said, sign this declaration before you actually do any work for us. I said, what is it? They said, standard practice. You simply certify you've never been a nudist, atheist, or a polygamist. I said, polygamist? Well, but that bloke has, bloke has got loads of, the bloke has got loads of different women, hasn't he? They said, that's right. I said, well, if I'm a bloke with loads of different women, I mean, would I lose the job? They said, no, we close all the doors and you tell us what it's like. Well, I won't bore you with what ensued. But suffice it to say, they turned a Nona Wynn's photo to the wall. And they're still in there deliberating. Well, I say deliberating. I mean, what they're doing, and none of my business. It's my business to introduce you to our first guest this evening. Ladies and gentlemen, it's a warm hand for Cantabile. Cantabile. Well, the postman has been staggering under the weight of my fan mail. I can't tell you. All appropriately stamped first-class mail. Well, post office... No, the post office know what they're doing. No, the contents were heavy, too, with passion. Heavy with passion and ardour. Oh, they don't come any ardour, I can tell you. Well, I'm a cult. And one of them actually wrote, I would deem it an honour to scrub your doorstep, polish your paintwork, and shiver your timbers. I thought, well, it's very nice of her, but I haven't got any timbers to shiver. I'm more your laminated plastic and your uncut moquette, you know. It's a pity her offer hadn't come a few days earlier. I put an advert in the Cowkeeper's Guide, actually, for Girl Friday come daily wanted to run bachelor establishment for West End celeb. Out Thursdays, automatic boiler, no stoking. And the only answer I got one answer, would you believe, the humiliazione, one answer. It come from a woman signing herself Florrie Plume, late of Roebuck's Family Hotel. So I asked her to come round for an interview at her convenience, and she turned out 8 o'clock in the morning. Well, don't call that convenient. And not at all. I was déshabillé, or déshabillé, as the French say. I was still in the nightshirt. She wasn't well prepared either, because she said, I won't take my coat off. I won't take my coat off, she said. I said, what do you mean? You're not stopping? She said, no, I've got nothing on underneath. I was late and I ran out too quick, you know, and it's made me a little behind. Well, even with her coat on, I could see that wasn't true. Come, madam, I said, come. May I ask why you left Roebuck's Family Hotel? She said, Roebuck's family. She said, I could tell you things make your hair curl. I said, up to the age of 15, it did. It cascaded. No, it did. It cascaded down, right down to my waist. Oh, I had lovely hair. You could sit on it. I did sit on it. She said, so could I. I could sit on mine. I was on the halls. I did a very refined act, striptease with a difference. I said, what was the difference? She said, well, when I took my clothes off, all the men averted their gaze. I said, oh, charming. How very polite. All the men averted their gaze. She said, yes, I averted mine too, and I fell in the orchestra stalls. How appalling, I said. You could have ruined your patella sac. To say nothing of your coccyx. She said, no, she never did say anything about her coccyx. She said, it was all right because my fall was broken by Mr. Roebuck. Afterwards in the dressing room, he knelt before me. His passion knew no bounds. I became putty in his hands. I was like a young gazelle leaping about the mossy turf. I said, you surprised me. Should I surprise Mr. Roebuck? He was the mossy turf. The memories of my lost youth. The memories. She went right, yes. She went right off. She burst into tears. Well, I can't stand to see a woman cry, so I walked away and left her. Just as well, really, because it's time for me to introduce you to... Let's have a warm hand for him, too. Ladies and gentlemen, Jonathan Adams.
Now, you know what London's all about, don't you? When you get down to it, yeah. No, culture. Jogging off to the festival hall for a few sounds, scarping round the National Gallery for a gander at the pictures, bumming off down the National Theatre for the odd masterpiece of world drama, you know, that sort of thing. Well, I mean, that's what keeps me living here anyway. Well, that and the stress. No, the name's Clapp, by the way. Sid Clapp. Newly appointed drama critic of The Sun. No. Yeah, the West End, eh? What a wonderful, glittering galaxy of shows to choose from. Have you seen Cats? No, neither have I. Well, you can't get in for love the money, so they tell me. Of course, it's policy, isn't it? They don't want the public in there. No. After all that pre-publicity, why should they take the risk of letting the public in? You know, only the backers have seen it. There's a mousetrap, still playing to coachloads of eager theatre-going mice. 29 amazing years, and still as fresh as you'd expect the contents of any mousetrap to be after 29 amazing years. What else is there? Oh, yeah. Ballet. Couldn't get over that personally the time I saw it. Well, I mean, each to his own, but if you want to see a kind of person enjoys watching a particular type of bloke jumping about in a particular type of tight, binoculars are provided. Opera, I can't speak for. They will sing, and I find it stops you enjoying the band. All right, no, thank you, no, all right. Call me a Philistine, but that's critics for you, and that's what we're paid for, isn't it? Still, don't forget the name, Sid Clapp. I'll be on page 3. along with all the other knockers. Thank you very much. Either that or in the bar. Thank you very good night. Yeah. Thank you very much. Now, talking of openings, I've had an interview with Sir Johnny Betjeman. Nice bloke, actually, though he'd never heard of the sound. And he composed a new love poem, and it's called Hammersmith Recollected in Tranquility. Hammersmith Henrietta, pie-eyed as a newt and stoned when I met her. Westering questioning settles the sun on her dear old sausage skin bondage and safety pin dear hole. She eases into her latex, hangs the chains round her thigh, for we dance at the Palais, my Hetty and I. By roads that are up by unswept ways, we drive on a Honda in the late summer haze into 9 o'clock Hammersmith, heavy with bells, of old Mr. McWhippy, ice lollies he sells. Past King's Mall and King Street, the Broadway I sigh over. I am weak from your loveliness, Hammersmith flyover. Underneath, dog poops and beer cans are seen near, and takeaway cartons, Colonel Sanders been here. Hammersmith Hetty, shock-headed Hetty, henna'd hair like a yeti. Hetty said, John, are you into crumpet? You could have it for free. I said, I'm into cathedrals, but might be nice after tea. We sat in the car park. She squeezed me. I let her. Now I'm really into Hammersmith Henrietta. Thank you so much.
Jonathan Adams, and now I'd like to sing you a plaintive song about something very fashionable at the moment, the computer, and it's called Above All Else. A computer called Elsie, who worked down in Whitehall, used to get right all the sums that she did, adding and subtracting, terribly exacting, from -3/8 to millions of quid. And instead of blokes wearing their fingers and thumbs out, working great sums out until they were numb, they would say, switch on Elsie. Her dial would light up, but sadly she'd hum. I'm needing love, love, love. I just need some love, love, love. A little affection sent in my direction. I'll have a short circuit if some doesn't come. Then one day in spring, when her job was subtracting, she began acting a little bit strange. Added half her weight in, then she threw the date in, plus every phone number on London's exchange, and she tried to divide it by Paddington Station. And in desperation, the square root of 2 till they said, nothing else, see. You need a new valve, but how little they knew. She needed love, love, love. She just needed love, love, love. This lonely computer would long for a suitor. She blew out her fuses and all Whitehall's too. They took her away the next day in a lorry. They said they were sorry that Elsie was fired. What she cost the nation nearly caused inflation. To start with, they had to have Whitehall rewired. She was dumped, broken-hearted, in some old antique shop on top of a speak your weight weighing machine. And he said, hello, Elsie. You weigh in your stocking feet 12 stone 13. She'd found her love, 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 the voice of her love, love, love. Love took its time coming, but now things are hard. coming to make up lost time, if you know what I mean. They've more baby transistors than you've ever seen. It's ravishing, isn't it? I've had loads of requests to lift a corner of my personal dossier. A sort of Butch Compare tells all saga, you know what I mean, tracing my early beginnings. Now, the story starts when I was a flaxen-haired stripling doing the glass blowing in Wolverhampton. I was glass blown on the thermometers. They wanted that little bulb on the end. You know, that bulb on the end that holds the mercury. You're only supposed to huff delicately, but I got an extra wind and I blew myself a goldfish bowl. And it was enormous. Probably a Hollywood bowl, actually. And the foundry was in uproar. They said, "Kenny, you've blown a beauty." Oh, it's true. The foreman, when he went right off, he was ecstatic. He said, "You've got abdominal breathing, you have. It's wonderful. That's where you get your wind. You'd make a wonderful singer." Anyway, he said, "You must join our glee club. We could use you for the folk singing. Do you know the Fishermen of England?" I said, "Well, one or two." Mainly the sardine boats round Boscastle. He said, now they're your counter-tenors. I said, yes, they are rather high, especially when the wind is northeasterly. He said, it's the sardines that do it. All voices are related to diet. You wouldn't believe the effect of Skate's eyeballs. I said, Skate's eyeballs? What do they do? He said, nothing for your voice, but you can see for miles. I said, really? Well, that started it. I was singing everything there from Iolanthe to Iowatha, ending up with a recital of Peruvian madrigals. And I don't actually speak Peruvian, but I can do the gestures, you see. I was going to do it tonight, but the producer demurred, which is probably just as well anyway, because it's time for you to meet our real singer. Ladies and gentlemen, it's a warm welcome for Isla Sinclair.
If I turn back the calendar, I'd surely see two hearts together, entangled and free, to decide what the future was holding in store. As the time passed us by, we would see what the world would let Nicola be. And if ever a promise that somehow came true was to grow like the flowers, so fresh and so new, I believe in my heart that that promise was you, like the sun and the sea and the snow. It's so good to see Nicola grow. Oh, how the winds blow, free as a teardrop and precious as snow. Oh, how the time flies, on the wings of an angel we'll go, if it's just to see Nicola grow. If I turn back the calendar, I'd surely see all of the hope that's been hiding in me, all the love and compassion I needed to share. As the time passed us by, we would see what the world would let Nicola be. Oh, how the winds blow, free as a teardrop and precious as snow. Oh, how the time flies, on the wings of an angel we'll go, if it's just to see Nicola grow. Just to see Nick Nicola grow. Just to see Nicola grow.
Thank you, Isla Sinclair. Now, I know a lot of you have been wondering why this show hasn't had more coverage in the Radio Times, and I've wondered too. I have. I offered them a photo of me for the cover. I mean, it was marvelous. It was, with my shirt slashed to the waist, you know. Oh, it was ever so sexy, and really could see all the hairs poking right through the string vest, you know. And they turned it down. Unsuitable, they said. I said, it's very fetching. And I said, that'll get them going. It's her suit. Well, they said, we don't care if it's her suit or his suit. It doesn't suit us. Much too skinny. That really worried me, you know. So I shot round to the doctor and I told him I'd been having these funny turns. And he said, I've had some funny turns in this surgery, I can tell you. I had a childless couple in here, wanted to know why they couldn't have children. I told them. I told the woman, I said, you have too much albumin in your body and your husband has too much sugar in the blood. You can't have children. But you can make lovely meringues. Anyway, he gave me these vitamin pills. I said, what about having monkey glands? He said, no, you've got an excess of them already. So, lacquer-day and rue, and as Cleopatra said when her bath overflowed, it's no good crying over spilt milk. She did say that, that's historical fact. Because it's time for you now to hear a farewell song from Cantabile.
Hello, goodbye, I don't know why I said hello, I meant goodbye. Bum, 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 bum. Goodbye, wipe a tear, baby dear, from your eye. Though it's hard to part, I know. Bum, 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 bum. Shooby-doo, shooby-doo. Goodbye, Dolly, I must leave you. I must leave you, goodbye, goodbye, we're leaving you. Goodbye, goodbye, pa-da-da-da, pa-da-da-da. Goodbye, goodbye, we wish you one last goodbye. Good night, Vienna. Good night, Vienna. Good night, Vienna. Hearts are failing to the strength that you need. Good night, ladies. Wipe a tear from your eye and pack up all your cares and woes. Here we go, sinking low. Bye, bye, blackbird. I don't know why I said he waits for me. So is she. Bye, bye, blackbird. Goodbye, goodbye, I understand me. Goodbye, what hard stories they all hand. They make the bed and light the lights. I don't know anything to Blackbird, goodbye, bye, 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 bye. Oh, Blackbird, bye, 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 bye. So goodbye, dollies, we must leave you. Goodbye, Kenneth, we must leave you for tonight.
Well, Well, special thanks to Cantabile for providing us with such a splendid finish. It only remains for me to thank you for your kind attention and to remind you of the immortal lines from Hedley Stacknich written for Save a Satsuma for Sexagesima. There are those who laugh at trouble, wear a smile for one and all. They are bright and gay and cheerful, and they drive you up the wall.
Kenneth Williams Cabaret starred Kenneth Williams. His guests were Cantabile, Jonathan Adams, and Isla Sinclair, with music from the Burt Rhodes Orchestra. The script was by Kenneth Williams and Kerry Crabb, and the show was produced by Jonathan James Moore.
Ladies and gentlemen, Kenneth Williams Cabaret. For the next 27 minutes, starting now, without hesitation, repetition, or deviation, but with interruption from star guests, you'll be in the company of Mr. Kenneth Williams!
Delightful to see you all. Good evening, and may I say, what an honor. What an honor it is for you to have me. And since the last show, the BBC was bombarded with calls, people crying out for more. We want sagacity and great wit, they were crying. Bring back the great wit. The producer said, are you the great twit? And I said, me, the great wit? No, you're great twit. I said, no, I'm a cult. I'm an enormous cult figure. I am your actual original cult figure. I'm the biggest cult going, I can tell you. Well, I'm the biggest cult round here, anyway. And, in fact, it's been given the wrong slant in some quarters. Some people got it mixed up with the occult. Yes. Anyway, there was a flood of correspondence about the astral plane. They told me never cross water when Mars is under Uranus. Well, you've had it. Yes, you've been to the same place. Yeah, they always tell you this, don't they? I wouldn't cross water anyway. It wreaks havoc with the plumbing, doesn't it? Yes, and they said never eat oysters when there's an R in the month. Never eat a Swiss roll on I wouldn't eat a Swiss roll any day. I mean, what's wrong with a British roll? Hey, what's wrong with a British roll? Yes, I'm glad to hear it. Thank you. A little patriotism. Not out of place, is it? Nothing wrong with a British roll. You can have it butter, you can have it with jam, you can have it in the arm, you can have it in the wrap, and if you're very lucky, you can have it with a whack, and if you want, you've got to buy it, then give it nothing away. And that, yeah, brilliant, wasn't it? I just comes so trippingly off the tongue, doesn't it? And that brings me very neatly to our first guest this evening. So, ladies and gentlemen, I want a warm reception for Cantabile.
Right now, I'm going to start at the top of the card, and what are you going to give me for him? 5, 25, will you give me 30, make it 30, will you make it 30, will you give me 35, 5, make it 40, will you give me 40, will you give me 45, 5, make it 50, will you give me 50, make it 55, 5, 5, 5, 5.
There was a boy from Arkansas, wouldn't listen to his ma when she told him he'd have to go to school. He'd sneak away in the afternoon, take a little walk, and pretty soon you'd find him at the local auction barn. He'd stand and listen carefully, and pretty soon he began to see how the auctioneer could talk so rapidly. He said, oh my, it's do or die, gotta learn that auction cry, gonna make my mark and become an auctioneer. And here he comes.
$25 bidding, got a $30 bidding, will you give me $30, make it $30, bid, you want a $30, give me $30, give me $30 bill. $30 bidding and a $35, will you give me $35, make it $35, make it $35, will you give me $35 bill.
Now from the boy who went to school, the grew a man who played it cool, and he came home a full-fledged auctioneer. The people came from miles around to see him make that rhythmic sound that filled their hearts with such a happy cheer. His veins went out from shore to shore, he had all he could do and more. He had to buy a plane to get around. And now his hopes in all the land has paused to give that man a hand, 'cause he's the best hillbilly auctioneer. Here he comes again. $35 bill, you got a $40 40, will you give me 40, make 40, make $40, will you give me 40, $100, give me $40 bill, $40 bill. Get $40 bill, and $45, will you give me 45, make it 45, make 45, sold that hog for a $45 bill.
Hey, well, right now. You open the gates and let them know. Come boys, got to enough of it. You're going to get fun.
He makes more noise than he takes a stand, and he hear from a really big band. He's the best on auctioneer in all the land.
Staggering. They are quite staggering, aren't they? Brilliant. Well, only the best is good enough for the BBC. That's what they told me when they engaged me. Of course. Yes, and this isn't the first time I've done a show for the BBC. Oh, good gracious me, no. That was a long time ago, that was. When Long John Silver had 2 legs and an egg on his shoulder. Oh, shall I ever forget those halcyon days? Ever halcyon? Halcyon, Doris Waters, John McCormack singing the Yokohama song. When Yokohama to the end of the park. Yeah, I remember it. Oh, wonderful. And it was about that time when a young executive producer approached me and said, Williams, a word. And I had thought of a word, actually, but if I'd said it, I wouldn't be here today. Well, not looking so lovely. So he said, well, I have it on good authority that the powers that be are smiling on you. I said, they're smiling? He said, yes, they're not getting any laughs, but they are definitely smiling. He said, and that means you're teetering. I said, what are you talking about teetering? I've only had the gooseberry fruit cup. Each gooseberry was goosed individually by my own fair hands. He said, no, I mean teetering on the brink of social acceptance. All you need now is a shove in the right direction, and I'm going to give it to you. I'm going to put you up for membership. I said, of what? He said, of the most influential cabal in the whole of Europe, the BBC Club. I said, oh, the BBC Club. You mean that place where showbiz celebs gather together and money flows like there's no tomorrow? He said, no, that's the Listen Grove Labour Exchange. No. The BBC Club is the cream of your media intelligentsia. You have to pass the entrance exam. I thought, hello, it's worse than the army. I remember my medical for that. My medical for the army was unbelievable. This awful man said, for heaven's sake, what a revolting body. For heaven's sake, man, pull the stomach round to the front. And I had me back to him at the time. Oh, dreadful. I'll never forget it. But I'll tell you all about the BBC Club test later, because it's time now for me to introduce you to our second guest. Somebody I first met at the Coliseum many moons ago. I don't tell you how long ago, to make you think I'm old or something. But ladies and gentlemen, a warm hand for Peter Hudson.
Thank you very much. Thank you. Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. I was on holiday in Torquay, and a fella walked into a pub with a penguin under his arm. The man behind the counter said, what are you doing with that? He said, what? He said, that penguin. He said, well, I found him sitting on the beach in a deck chair. Trying to get that white bit brown. He said, what are you going to do with him? He said, well, I don't know. I've never found a penguin before. Well, he said, if I were you, I should take that penguin to the zoo. He said, I never thought of that. Thank you very much. 2 hours later, this same fella walked into a pub with a penguin under his arm. The fella behind the counter said, is that the same penguin I saw you with 2 hours ago? He said, yeah. He said, well, didn't you take him to the zoo like I told you to? He said, yes, I did. I did. He enjoyed it. I'm going to take him to the pictures now. Now, the one thing that the listeners and you lovely people here tonight, one thing that is in common with all of you, you all have this terrifying disease called snoring. Now, I guarantee, even for the listeners at home, they will nod and nudge and point at one another, but certainly you lovely people here tonight will do the same thing. When you recognise one another's snores, you won't recognise your own because you're asleep at the time. The communal garden snore, which starts off all snores, is the one that goes... It's true. I call that the selfish snore because the mouth doesn't open. They keep it all to themselves, don't they? then let's start off with the fellas. Now, there are a lot of fellas that are known as blowers. He's the one that goes... Then you get the ladies' snore. 80% of ladies who snore like this. Then the next snorer is called the frightener. Now, if any lady here sleeps with a frightener, you have my sympathy. No, because they are terrifying. This is, and it's always the fellas, I'm sorry, this is the frightener. I wasn't asleep. No, I was just resting my eyes. Now, the last one is a gem. He is called the Saturday afternoon snorer. Now, yes, there's a few heads nodding here. I'll paint the picture for you. Saturday lunchtime, ladies. Yes. It's touch and go whether he makes it to the city after a big lunch, isn't it? He makes it, gets into his favourite chair or to the city. You're out in the kitchen finishing the washing up. Yes. Saturday afternoon, what's he going to do? Watch Grandstand or World of Sport. But within 5 minutes, he's gone. There's Peter O'Sullivan giving a commentary on the Grand National with Michael O'Hare out in the country, and they're talking to themselves.
As a cover towards the 18th fence now, it's red rum and purple silk and Lascargo together. They're coming to this fence now with red rum, Lascargo, Tide Cottage and purple silk. They're coming to this fence now. It's red rum, purple silk, Lascargo. They come to the 18th. Now they come to the fence now. They jump it. And they're over. And it's still red rum, purple silk, Lascargo, Tide Cottage together. They're making their way out into the country. I can't see them from here, so I pass you over to Michael O'Hare.
And now watch it coming down, red rum and purple silk together. All these horses are coming towards the chair. As they come towards the chair, now with red rum and purple silk together, they come to the fence, they jump it. And they're over. And now they're going towards some beaches. And they're going towards beaches now with red rum and purple silk together, still praising together. And they're shoo. They're passing me now, so they're going to shoo. They're going to put this fence, shoo. And they're going to put this, shoo. And they're coming to this fence now, it's beaches. They come to the fence now, they jump it. And they're over. Yeah. And they're going back to Water Grandstand and pass you back to Peter O'Sullivan.
One more fence to jump. Just one more fence to jump. Red Rum on his own, looking for his third national in a row. It's Red Rum coming to this fence. It's Red Rum coming to this fence all on his own now. It's Red Rum comes to the last fence now, the national. He jumps it. He's over. His jockey jumps it. He's over. And again, as he passed the post, it's Charlie's aunt first. How's your father second and Fat Joe third?
But he's still asleep, isn't he? He hasn't seen any of this, has he? No. What happens, ladies? You come out of the kitchen, you finish the washing up, you see that he's asleep. Ladies, you know that on Saturday afternoon on BBC Two, there's a film. You tiptoe over to the set, don't you? You change the channel over.
Yeah, I was watching that.
Good, isn't he? I'll have to get on on to the bookings, people. Yes, well, I was telling you about my entrance examination for the BBC Club, wasn't I? Well, this BBC producer was putting me up. He said he fixed the appointment. I said, I suppose I have to appear before the committee. He said, no, one man speaks for all. He's a terrible big mouth. And he'll see you on Friday. I suggest you get yourself a decent pair of trousers, too, before you go. Those pyjama bottoms you're wearing are a disgrace. I said, no, they're not for a man, they're for a lady. He said, why are you wearing them? I said, I'm breaking them in for this Griselda Clotworthy. He said, they look a bit loose. I said, so is Griselda Clotworthy. Oh, what a great nana. Anyway, I finished up looking very smart and went for this interview with this big mouth at the BBC Club. Now, it only remains for me to pass the witty repartee test. Can you think of anything witty? I said, oh, yes, of course. What did the toothpaste say to the toothbrush? And he said, I don't know. What did the toothpaste say to the toothbrush? And I said, squeeze my bottom and I'll meet you outside the tube. Well, he fell about. He absolutely fell about. And he said, well, you're an original. And largely because of that success, I have been prevailed upon to sing tonight for you in the persona of Rambling Sid. So I've been digging in my gander bag and I've come up with a lugubrious tale which tells of a young swain beneath his loved one's balcony. He's a very small swain, but she's got a very low bearer. It's the prevailing winds, you see. And it goes after this fashion. Oh, will you love me, Mary-O, when my buttocks be bending low, when my orbs grow dim and my splod is white, and my cord wangle makes an ugly sight, and my buttocks be bended low, my buttocks be low. And she answers to him, you ask me if I love you, oh, when your buttocks be bending low, when your orbs grow dim and your splod is white, and your cord wangle makes an ugly sight. If I feel the way I do tonight, my answer will still be no. Thank you for that underwhelming reception, and it's now my great pleasure to introduce you to a real singer. A warm hand, ladies and gentlemen, for Miss Barbara J.
Now I would like to bring out from the orchestra my husband, Tommy Whitwell, with his saxophone. We are now going to give you our rendering of Them Their Eyes. I fell in love with you the first time I looked into them their eyes. You have a certain little cute way of flirting with them their eyes. You make me feel so happy. You make me feel so blue. No falling, I'm stalling in a great big way for you. My heart is jumping, you sure started something with them their eyes. You better look out, little brown eyes, if you're wise. They sparkle, they bubble, I'm gonna get you in a whole lot of trouble. You're overworking them, there's danger lurking in them their eyes. the first time I looked into them their eyes. You have a certain little cute way of flirting with them their eyes. They make me feel so happy, they make me feel so blue. No falling, I'm starting in a great big way for you. My heart is jumping, you sure started something with them their eyes. You better look out, little brown eyes, if you're wise. They sparkle, they bubble, I'm gonna get you in a whole lot of trouble, baby. Them their eyes, them their eyes.
Barbara J. and Tommy Whittle. Well, I've had a shock, I can tell you. I found the most extraordinary communication in the dressing room addressed to me. It said, as from the termination of this performance, you're classified as redundant. Your services are no longer required. See Section 4 of the Factories Act. Factories Act? I've never read it, let alone acted it. I showed it to the producer. I said, hey, did you know about this? He said, of course I know. They're laying you off. I said, I'd never been laid on, let alone off. Like to see anyone take advantage of me. I should love it. Anyway, I said, sacking me as a disgrace. What about your promises? You said I had a rosy future. You said they'd be coming up to my door and making me a very nice proposition. You had me going. I got all worked out. I was crying. I was hysterical. They bashed me right across the face. It was terrible. He said, pull yourself together. Remember where you are. The corporation. Crying and snivelling like that. Do you want to be known as a sissy? I said, oh, no. That's a laugh. He said, well, put away that scented handkerchief, and listen to me. There is something coming up for you, and here's, yes, you remember. He said, here's a hint. The costume is scarlet slashed with ermine. I said, scarlet slashed with ermine. Oh, say no more. I knew it was a judge. I love playing judge. I love all that. Prisoner at the bar. You are accused. And he said, hang on, it's not a judge. No, it's Father Christmas up the stairs. I said, what? He said, Father Christmas, you'll be at the entrance of the fairy grotto. I'm sure you'll do it with grace and aplomb. I wouldn't do it with grace, darling. I said, let alone aplomb. I left in high dudgeon and a flurry of talcum powder, which was just as well. Just as well, because I had to get back here to introduce, for their final number, ladies and gentlemen, Cantabile.
Got a little rhythm, a rhythm that pitter-pats through my brain. So damn persistent, the days and distant, when it'll drive me insane. Comes in the morning without any warning and hangs around all day. I'll have to sneak up to it someday and sneak up to it. I hope it listens when I say, fascinating rhythm, you've got me on the go. Fascinating rhythm, I'm all a quit. Oh, what a mess you're making. The neighbors want to know why I'm always shaking just like a flip. Oh, each morning I get up with a sound. Start a hopping, never stopping, to find at night no work has been done. I know that once it didn't matter, but now you're doing wrong when you start to patter and slow and half. Won't you take a day off, decide to run along somewhere far away off and make it snappy? Oh, how fascinating rhythm of oh, won't you stop picking on me? Got a rhythm, a rhythm, a rhythm, a bit of pass through my brain. So don't persist in the days of wisdom when it'll drive me insane. Without any warning, that hangs around all day. I have to sneak up to it, someday and speak up to it. I hope it listens when I say. Fascinating rhythm, you got me on the go. Fascinating rhythm, I'm all a quiver. What a mess you're making, the neighbors want to know why I'm always shaking just like a flivver. Each morning I get up with a song, start a hoping, never stopping, to find at night the work has been done. I know that once it didn't matter, but now you're doing wrong when you start to patter. I'm so unhappy. Won't you take a day off? It's time to run along somewhere far away off and make it snappy. Oh, how I long to be the man I used to be. Fascinating rhythm, oh, won't you stop picking on me? Got a rhythm, a rhythm, a rhythm, got a rhythm, a rhythm, a rhythm, and it'll drive me insane.
Thank you, Cantabile, and that, I'm afraid, brings us to the end of the show, and a timely question from Headley Stacknich, the Pontefract panel beater and bird fancier. A musician who's doing 2 jobs at a time, as well as one in the middle, and never paying the taxman a dime, is probably on the fiddle. Thank you very much indeed.
Kenneth Williams Cabaret starred Kenneth Williams. His guests were Cantabile, Peter Hudson, Barbara J. and Tommy Whittle. Music from the Burt Rhodes Orchestra. The script was by Kenneth Williams, and the show was produced by Jonathan James Moore.
We present Kenneth Williams Playhouse, a series of programs which have one thing in common. Their star is Kenneth Williams. This week's Playhouse presentation also features Gordon Clyde, John Baddeley and Miriam Margulies in The Analysis by Leslie Randall. Over now to the lecture hall, where the audience is being addressed by Professor Helmut Weishaupt.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. Or should I perhaps say colleagues? Well, as you know, tonight we are beginning an analysis of a subject. An unusual analysis because you will be here, present throughout, able to listen, observe, and even comment. Unique opportunity for us all. Of course, we are very fortunate in having found a subject willing to submit to such a public examination. It wasn't easy to find one, you know. He had to be a complete extrovert, a flamboyant, an exhibitionist. Would you bring in Mr. Williams, please?
Thank you, yes, in here, right, yes, nice. Very kind.
Good evening, Mr. Williams.
Mind, good evening, who's this lot?
I beg your pardon?
So you should, mate. Look, I'm as willing as anyone to do a free show for a deserving cause. You only have to ask. Everyone knows if I'm free, I'm willing. I've always said that. If I'm free, I'm willing. But this is a lumber.
I don't understand.
You don't? You got the nerve to lure me along here for a private chat, and no sooner do I succumb, you've got the tickets printed, and the house full notice up, and all these people flocking along for a quick flash of the Kenneth. Well, that's all they're going to get, a quick flash and off. I'm very sorry, ladies and gentlemen, very sorry, but you see, I didn't come prepared. We artists can't turn it on just like that, you know. No, got to get your adrenaline flowing, you know. Mine isn't halfway up my arm, even. No. Come along somewhere with the names in lights, and you shall have it all. Well, as much as you can cope with, anyway. But not here. No, I haven't even got my music, you see.
We don't want you to sing.
Why not?
Well, perhaps another time.
Have you heard me sing?
Never.
Well, somebody's been talking. Listen, I'll have you know that when I sang Pedro the Fisherman, the price of haddock rocketed. There was a queue at Billingsgate from morn till eve. I got letters from musicians, but I took no notice. I can recognise jealousy. A voice coach from the Royal Opera House got onto me. Wanted to know how I produced my vocal effects. I told him he was astounded. Astounded. He said when he tried it, he couldn't walk for a week. And he's a professional. Look, is anybody here that can do the basking? Pedro the Pedro the Fisherman was all. Anyone here can do the basking? Can you try it?
Yes,
you
Mr.
can.
Williams.
Oh, good. Well, come on. No. Pedro the Fisherman was always with clean.
Mr. Williams. Mr. Williams, perhaps if we could clear up the misunderstanding.
Yes, right after the song. And in the evening,
Mr. Williams. Mr. Williams, please, you are not here to give a performance.
Oh, not a show?
No.
Oh, I do feel a fool. Oh, I'm very sorry about that. Well, I won't do the song then, no. I'll just say, it gives me great pleasure to declare this sailor's home well and truly open. And I hope that
it is not a sailor's home.
Well, here. Well, it's not an advert.
Advert?
Yes, I don't do those for nothing, you know. There's money in them, mate. If I was to go on the box and tell them what the little doggies like best, I want paying. They're worth a mint, those firms, they are. Everybody buys the stuff. A landlady I had once in Burnley, beside her dustbin on a Friday, I see 6 empty tins of dog food. She hadn't even got a dog. There were a lot of stews, though. Oh, they didn't mind. The lodgers didn't mind. They were sitting around the table after every meal, smiling and wagging their tails. You know, for 4 weeks after I stayed there, it was all I could do to get past the lamppost.
Mr. Williams! Mr. Williams, please!
I slipped the lead, you see.
You are here to be analysed.
I'm here to be what, dear?
Analysed.
Oh, I don't know about that. No.
But you agreed.
Never.
But you did.
No,
you did.
What are you talking? I never agreed, did I?
He did, ladies and gentlemen. He did. I promise you, he did. Well, you did. Yes, you did. You know you did. You did.
All right.
You did.
You need to get your knickers.
You promised.
Don't get your knickers in a twist. I suppose you'll do yourself a mischief carrying on like that. Calmness, control, let the waves waft over you.
Well, you did.
Very well, then. Right. All right, then. How long will it take?
About 5 years.
Oh, well, I suppose I can manage that. I pretty well put aside the whole evening anyway, so I suppose I could stretch it out to... 5 years? Did you say years? Years?
That's correct.
A long kind. The ones with bumps in them?
Yeah.
You've blown a fuse, dear. You'd better go somewhere and loosen your braces. The blood's not getting to your head.
5 years is the usual time. A full analysis can't be rash.
Well, perhaps we could skip the full one, do the potted version. Not that I'm in a hurry, mind, but I don't think I could sit still for 5 years. Oh, no. Well, I'm sure I couldn't.
No, my goodness, no.
Oh, yes, I would, I know me.
Not 5 years continuously.
No?
No, just 1 visit a week, that's all.
Oh, I see. Once a week for 5 years.
Well, that's right. Although you may not realize it, your personality is unique.
Oh, I wouldn't say that.
But it is. There is only one in the entire world, and you are it.
Oh, no. There's quite a few around. If you know where to look.
No. Only one of you. The complete you. You are unique.
Oh, thank you very much. I won't argue.
And what is it that makes the unique you? That is what we have to find out.
Well, of course. It's a combination, looks and talent. And, of course, that indefinable, endearing warmth. I'd say that was about right, wouldn't you, ladies and gentlemen? What? Wait up, dear. Charming, but it was only a suggestion.
No, we are in agreement, I assure you.
Well, I don't know about that one in the third row. Look at her, she gave me a very jaundiced look. So yellow, she might have melted in the...
Mr. Williams, it is because of your complex nature that we need to take so much time.
Yes, well...
Your particular development of brain means we must go slowly.
Here, look, I've got some O-levels, you know.
And it's how you got them that we had to find out.
No, that's silly. There's no point in digging up the past. I mean, what's it matter how I got the O-levels? I mean, why ruin a good man's career? I mean, who cares how I got them? I mean, if you're going to make a fuss, I'll give them back. I mean, it's not as though it was the OBE.
Do you have the OBE?
No, and I'll tell you for why. One little joke I did about Harold, that's all. And he put the boot in.
Harold?
Yes.
Well, Harold who?
No! Oh, he'd have your head off for that, Harold. He goes there, wouldn't he? The husband of our poet laureate S. Mrs. Wilson. That's Harold, the one with the pipe and the funny Mac, you know. Goes off the silly aisles all the time. I merely mentioned that was the ideal place for him. That's all I done. And me OB went straight off her list.
Hers?
Hers, of course hers. Don't think he does it, do you?
He
with the polo and the hand in the pocket, him. No, she does all that, all the ordering. 3 dozen assorted knighthoods, 6 pairs of peers, a gross of mixed medals. Yes, she takes care of all that. I'd have been there, among that lot, I'd have been there about 3 down from Sir Cecil, if he hadn't put his spoke in.
Well, no, Mr. Williams, if we can, please proceed.
Oh, yes, certainly. Well, good night, ladies and gentlemen. I must be off now.
No.
What?
We stay.
Well, make up your mind. Are we doing this analysis or not?
Oh, definitely yes.
Yes,
I'm most excited. But we do it here.
In front of everybody?
Oh, yes.
No wonder you're excited. Well, I'm very sorry to disappoint you.
You agreed.
Never.
You did.
No, I didn't.
You did when I first spoke to you about it.
Oh.
It was a cornerstone of our discussion. Public analysis. You agreed to public analysis.
Yes, well, that was a definite misunderstanding. You see, I thought I was going to be, have a checkup, you know, and when you said I would have public analysis, I thought you were meaning that I would have the sample done on the private as opposed to the national health, you know.
What sample?
The sample, well, you know, when they send you behind the screen, you know. Behind the screen.
No, there'll be none of that here.
Oh.
No. Now, come on, please, let us get on.
All right. Well, where's the couch?
No.
No couch?
No couch.
No, well, perhaps just as well. I do tend to nod off, you know. Just drop my hat. Well, then, what do you want me to actually do?
Just talk.
Talk? What about?
Anything at all. Off you go.
Right. Well, do you know, it's a funny thing. I mean, you see, I'm a regular little chatterbox, but right at the moment, I am nonplussed.
Well, don't worry.
I mean, it's extraordinary, isn't it? I mean, you know, when you go on just a minute, you know, talk for 60 seconds on toffee apples. I mean, it's jolly difficult, you know.
Mr. Williams!
Yeah, present!
We don't want to hear about toffee apples.
Well, I mean...
We want to hear about you. We want you to talk about you, just you. Nothing but you.
Me? Oh. Talk about me. Oh, well, I'll force myself. Blushing little violet that I am. Yes. Actually, I've been wanting to tell someone. Coming here tonight, I thought, there's an evil fairy somewhere got it in for you, Kenny. Which can't put it all down to coincidence. A series of misfortunes that would test any man's mettle. I can tell you, it nearly melted mine. Well, of course, I know some of you are not going to believe it. I know some of you are going to put it down to a lot of part-worn cobblers. I am shielded by the truth. By my veracity, it's intact. And if only we could all say the same. Well, last Friday it was. Last Friday, chip night. No, well, I keep them for Fridays, you see. You know, it's something to look forward to, isn't it? Yes, but it wasn't chip night, no, it was the morning, so chip morn, I suppose you could call it. Anyway, that's when it started. My landlady, Eagle Face, came tapping on my door to coo me into wakefulness with her traditional greeting.
Are you going to get out of that bed, or am I going to shove the hose under the door?
A lady of infinite charm. Just a rising, dear.
You had my last fag, you did.
I beg your pardon?
There was one in the packet holding up the clock. It's gone.
Maybe the clock smoked it. You see, irrepressible I am, aren't I? Bung it out the whimsy and I haven't even got my trousers on yet.
It was you. And you've had your fingers in the sardines again.
Kindly, lady, but my mind wanders. I beg yours.
There was 4 left in that tin. But when I went to get them for the breakfast this morning, there was only 3.5.
Well, if you insist on sardines for breakfast, 3.5 ought to be plenty.
Among 4 people, a full sardine each. That's what I was going to give them. Now, there's my Mr. Herbert going to work on half a sardine. It's not right. It's not right.
Well, of course, I couldn't stand that. I never had a sardine. I threw the door open and confronted her.
Oh, my God!
Well, I'm impulsive, you see. Other people might hesitate or cogitate or wait until they got their trousers on before opening the door.
Oh, my God!
But not me. When I think of doing a thing, I do it.
Oh, my God!
Which is why, at 10 o'clock that same morning, I was in the public library looking at the furnished rooms.
You moved out.
Well, I wasn't staying there after that. I could stand the...
Oh, my God!
But what I could not tolerate was the...
So that's what happened to the sardines!
Yes, I can understand you would find that distasteful.
Quite, though, Mark, you in the public library, one is not impervious to interference. Oh, no. I was just standing, leafing through a crinkled edition of the Balham Free Press, when my right ear was intruded by this voice.
Is that your parcel? That there on the floor, next to your foot, that brown thing, is that your parcel?
It was the voice of authority.
Ah, yes.
Demanding respect, and I gave it. I said to him, "Yes, sir, that is indeed my parcel, my brown paper parcel. Do you want to buy it?"
I want to know what is in it.
Well, of course you want to know what's in it. You don't want to buy a pig in the poke, do you? Perhaps you'd rather have a poke up the mush, mate. Asking people what's in their private brown paper parcels. How dare you?
I am entitled to know. I am a librarian.
I don't care what sign you were born under. You keep your hands off my parcel. What about that one, Lincoln?
Oh, that's very witty. It's clever of you to think it so quickly.
Actually, I thought of it afterwards. I thought of all kinds of things I could have said to him, like, "You're a librarian, well, I'm a Leo, Leo the lion. Put one finger on that parcel, I'll gnaw your hand off." Or I could have said, "You're a librarian, well, I'm an aquarian, a water carrier. Touch me parcel and I'll soak you to the skin." I thought of all kinds of devastating things after, but at the time, all I could think of was, "You're the librarian."
Well, yes, I am, and you cannot bring parcels in here. It's your lunch, isn't it? You were coming in here to leave crumbs all over our floor, weren't you?
Crumbs? 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 From my parcel? You'll get no crumbs from my parcel. Beluga caviar doesn't leave crumbs. Nor does pâté de foie avec truffe. Crumbs come from cheese sandwiches and wholemeal biscuits, the fodder of the peasantry. There's none of that in my brown paper parcel. And there wasn't in my parcel with 2 pairs of underpants, my other shirt and 3 socks. Well, I was moving, wasn't I?
Come.
Gear.
Open it up.
What?
Come on, I haven't got all day. Open it up.
Have you taken leave of your senses? Open it up. Open it up. We're not in Russia yet, you know. Open it up, indeed.
You might have a book in there.
What? What?
One that you might have nicked.
Oh, isn't that awful? From librarian to nicked. Oh, you wonder how they get the jobs, don't you? Nick!
Come on, give it here.
Put that down! Put that down!
Look, I want to see inside that parcel.
Only over my mutilated corpse. I could have said over me dead body, but being in a library, I thought I'd dress it up a bit, you know. Well, him saying nicked, thought I'd have to give it a bit of tone. You know what I mean? Give that a tone.
Listen, now, what's this?
What?
Oh! What, have they refused your laundry again?
Refused? Oh, my laundry has never been refused. My laundry is held up as a shining example. They queue up for it. Vans form traffic jams outside the house. The drives knee-deep in laundrymen soliciting. Give us your old pants, Kenny. You hear it daily, they're crying out.
Are they really?
More, yeah.
Well, I can tell you something. They've lost one of your socks.
Eh? What? Where are you?
At the bottom of the page. What do you think it is?
Oh, yes, that's right.
No, it could be that, couldn't it?
Yes.
No.
You!
What?
Ah! You know nothing.
No.
That's a special pair.
A special?
That's a special pair of socks. They come in threes from Fortnum & Mason's. Should one be mislaid, a spare is to hand. Or to foot, as you might say.
Really? Well, tell me, why is one a different colour?
I'm sorry. I'm not at liberty to tell you that. It's classified.
Well, you better take them out of here. You should never have brought them in here in the first place. Parcels are supposed to be left at the door. Now, here, take them.
Oh, and he shoves all me worldly goods into my arms. Iggledy-piggledy. Could you believe? Can you believe that iggledy-piggledy into my arms? I told him. You tore my brown paper parcel.
Well, there's not much there. You can stick them in your pockets.
Now, that did incense me. After all, I may have my little idiosyncrasies, don't we all? But I do not go into libraries to be told where I can stick things.
If you can wrap them in this.
Well, you know what he gave me? The middle 2 pages of the Frisch Friars Gazette. The middle 2. The idea of wrapping my intimate garments cheek by jowl with the sort of illustrations they have in there. Oh, never.
You want it or not?
Not. I wish my parcel to be restored to the condition it was in before you did your tampering.
And I want you out of here.
No, they won't get me out of here until you renew my parcel. And that was how the siege of Balham High Street began.
So you stood your ground.
Well, I had to. I told him I'd given my word.
And this is important to you, your word.
Oh, yes, they must trust you. Otherwise, it's back to paying the milkman every morning. And that's not nice, you know, putting the alarm on for 5 o'clock to catch the milkman. I've left the bottle out with a note stuck in. 1 pint gold top, please. The mortification of getting a reply requesting payment in advance. How dare they ask that? Why they pick on me? And cash as well, no checks, you know. Once I gave the milkman a £1 note, he made it with my name and address on the back. I've suffered, you know. I've suffered more than my share of humiliation.
You have?
I could tell you that. I'll tell you that. When the burglars down me, they left me a £5. Oh, it's been awful. Oh, I'll never buy another pair of shoes. A pair of shoes as long as I live. Last Christmas, I drew my club out. £14. £14, less the weeks I hadn't paid. Altogether come to £3.10. Yes, and I needed shoes. Well, it was either that or having my feet sold. And I was in this shop about to try one on, and this assistant come up to me and said...
Look, you're not going to put that into one of our shoes, are you?
I am not going to what?
Well, that thing that you've got growing at the end of your leg. You're not going to try and force it into one of our shoes.
That was my intention. Yes. I could be ice cold when I like.
Well, you'll have to buy it.
If it fits me, I will.
You'll have to buy it first.
Before I try it on? How will I know if it fits me? You great nit. How will I...
If you put it on and it fits, it will only be because you have applied sufficient force to distort it to the shape of your foot.
Ooh.
And that means, for all normal requirements, that shoe would then be kaput.
There is nothing abnormal about my foot.
Oh, come, sir. I mean, what about those old things going out the end there?
They are toes.
Really? What, 6 of them?
Yeah. No, of course. Here, hang on. There was 5 this morning.
Well, it appears to be 6 now.
And you know he was right. I counted twice, and each time it came out the same. I had one more toe than fingers.
How very strange.
Not a happy discovery, but only on the one foot. The other one was correct to the nearest penny. 5 exact.
Yes, you know, you are lopsided.
And I couldn't argue. I mean, 5 on one foot, 6 on the other is lopsided. I picture the life of constant leaning into the wind when there isn't any. And having the axe slide off and walking along with one foot off the curb to level up. And the muscular development, carrying that extra weight, the leg muscles will build on the one side only. I develop a before and after, all on the one body.
Oh, here, it chinks.
That's what he said to me, the shoe seller.
It chinks.
Normally I'd ignore a thing like that, but I was grasping at straws, you see. A man who suddenly discovers an extra toe does. So I said to him, what chinks?
Your extra toe. Listen. I'd say that was definitely chinking.
And I couldn't argue about that either. If you gave the extra toe a prod, there was a distinct chink. Not a chink that'd bring people rushing out their houses to listen, but nevertheless, a chink. It suddenly struck me, and I started to remove the sock. The shoe seller didn't like it.
Yeah, now, that's enough. We'll have no stripping off in here.
It's only the sock.
Oh, no, it isn't. It was only the shoe. Now it's going to be the shoe and the sock. Now, where will it end?
Right there. I just want to remove one sock.
Ah, yes, but can you be sure? I mean, once these things get a hold of you. And just on the other side of that partition is the ladies' department.
I give you my word.
Yeah, well, that is very kind of you, but I'm not a collector. Money now, that is, of course, a different thing.
I'm only going to take off one. It's only that one that's causing the trouble. See, look, there.
Coinage?
Yes. 78.5 new pence.
Yes, that would definitely cause chinking, all right.
Yeah, my change. I put it in me sock.
Oh, yes?
Yes, you can see it. 78.5 new pence.
What, found in our shop?
And he meant it.
If it was found in our shop, sir, rightfully it is ours.
It wasn't found in your shop, it was found in my sock.
But your sock was in our shop.
But I put the money in the sock in the first place.
You had witnesses, I suppose?
Oh, of course! I never stuff money down my sock without gathering a crowd. One of the attractions of Bala, mentioned in the guidebooks it is. 11 o'clock, change of the guard, Horse Guards Parade. 11:30, stuffing of the socks, Bala My Street. Roll up, see him take his socks off. It's a safest all right. Roll up, see him take his socks off.
Well, maybe I'll take the kids during the holidays.
This is madness. This is a shop for idiots.
Really? Well, then you better not hang around while we're stock taking.
I swept out. I told you I was impulsive. I swept.
Very understandable.
Yes, well, the implication. Other people might call it a play on words, but not me. That man had definitely implied that when they were dealing out the brains, mine came at the bottom of the pack.
It's only one man's opinion.
That is so untrue. I'm one of the brightest. Go on, test me.
No, not just now.
Well, anybody here, any one of you ladies, any question you like, just call it out and you will have an answer. Go on, you, sir, the 5th row, any question. Ask me a question.
Yes, what is the capital of Antigua?
About £4.10. Anybody else? You see, the brain is nimble, isn't it?
Oh, definitely, yes.
Yeah, nothing banging about loose up there. Well, you'd know, wouldn't you?
Yes, that is true.
Oh, you're a specialist. I mean, you're dealing with them all the time. I mean, you'd know they couldn't fool you, could they? One look and you could tell if anyone was all there or not, couldn't you?
Well, I have an idea, yes, indeed.
Yes. Well, I haven't been getting my proper sleep, you see. That's my trouble. You have to allow for that. It makes me a bit twitchy. I get twitches, you see. But apart from that, I mean, you wouldn't say that and there was anything wrong. I mean, I'm all right.
Well, as a matter of fact...
Yes, I mean, there's a lot... Well, there's worse than me, you know.
Yes, of course.
Worse. Yes, no, a little rest. That's all I need. I've got to the funny age.
Well, of course.
I'm
Well, Mr. Williams,
yes,
we've done enough for today. I found it most edifying.
Oh, good.
Most valuable opening session.
Well, it's the strain of my profession. You know what I mean? It comes out in different people in different ways.
Yes, of course.
Well,
perhaps next.
I mean, I was an ugly sister in pantomime. Ugly sister, me, ask yourself. Ugly. Me! Ludicrous. And my going home in the costume. Miss Williams, I told the sergeant in the police station, it was a result of overwork. I was teaching on high heels, and I had the crinoline on, back to front, but it didn't mean a thing because I wasn't really meaning, you know what I mean? My mind was gone. I didn't know.
Next week.
And that time at the holiday camp, you know what I mean? I didn't do it. It was really me.
Our time is up, Mr. Williams.
I just wanted to tell you. I must tell you.
Another time. Good night, Mr. Williams.
This week's Kenneth Williams Playhouse presentation was The Analysis by Leslie Randall, starring Kenneth Williams, with Gordon Clyde as the analyst, John Baddeley as the librarian and shop assistant, and Miriam Margulies as Eagleface. The programme was produced by Simon Brett.
We present Kenneth Williams Playhouse, a series of programs which have one thing in common. Their star is Kenneth Williams. This week's Playhouse presentation also stars Bill Simpson, with John Baddeley, John Graham and David Wood in The Lying Scotsman by Miles Kington and Alan Marion Davis.
The train now standing at platform 6 is the 22:30 Intercity Night Sleeper to Glasgow Central, stopping at Crewe, Preston, Carlisle, Moffat, Coatbridge and Glasgow Central.
Excuse me, steward.
Yes, sir?
Is this the 22:30 Intercity Night Sleeper?
Yes, sir.
To Glasgow Central?
That is right, sir.
Stopping at Crewe, Preston, Carlisle, Moffat and Coatbridge?
Yes, quite correct.
And Glasgow Central?
Yes, right again, sir. What, you train spotting, sir?
No, steward, certainly not. I've booked a berth on this train. Look, here's my, what do you call it? Birth certificate.
Yes, reservations, sir.
Yes, that's the ticket.
No, sir, the other thing's the ticket.
Oh.
Thank you very much, sir. Thank
Yes.
you. Yes, just see if you've got the right coach.
Yes.
Yes, that's right. You'll be, Mr. Palfrey, then.
How did you know that?
Well, I've got your name on the passenger list here, sir.
Where did you get that from?
Well, but they give it me when the trains leave, didn't they?
Just a moment, steward. Who exactly are they?
Look, just a minute, sir. What are all these questions
It
for?
happens to be my business to leave no stone unturned to get the facts and establish the truth at all costs. Delve! That's what I do. Delve. Delve and ferret. Ferret. Have you got the right time?
Oh, we've got plenty of time, sir. Half an hour at least till the train goes. If you just give me your bags, I will show you to your cabin.
Ah, yes, very good of you. Thank you very much.
There you are, then, sir. There's your room for the night. Basin over there.
Yeah.
Ventilator up here. And eating over there. Turn on to boil. Turn over to freeze.
Thank you. What's this control for here? This one here?
That one there, sir. That opens the door, sir. We call that a knob, sir.
Oh, I see. And what happens if I pull this cord here?
Yes, my watch jumps out of my waistcoat pocket, sir. Any other questions?
Just one minor trivial query. Where do I sleep?
Oh, well, I'm glad you asked me that, sir. Now, you see that long, low shelf near the ceiling?
Yes.
That is your bunk, sir.
You're joking!
Yes, sir, exactly, sir. Yes, well, I must go and be ready for the other passengers now, sir.
All right.
If you should need me, I'll be in the little cubby hole at the end of the corridor all night.
Good night, steward.
Good night, sir.
I better get unpacked, I suppose. First, now, pyjamas, socks, tartan underwear, sensible shoes, silly shoes, Macintosh, McLean's, McCufflinks, trench coat, magnifying glass, fingerprint powder, and my bedtime book, Lord Hill's own life story. Hugh Green was my valet.
By the way, sir.
Yes, steward, what is it?
Yes, I've been thinking about your profession, sir.
Right.
And I was reading the evening newspaper here, and it did occur to me... Well, just listen to this story. Big bank raid in London today. Hold-up man flees with £250,000. High Holborn this afternoon. Armed raid. Watch being kept on all routes out of London. Police wish to interview man with Scottish accent. You see what I am getting?
I understand your drift. Quite naturally, you read that and immediately assumed I must be a top yard officer in charge of the case. Checking the Glasgow route. A logical choice, I must say. But wide of the mark again, I'm afraid.
Actually, sir, I thought you were the bank robber.
Oh, yeah. Given away by my broad Scottish accent, I suppose. Does that look like $250,000 in my suitcase?
No, sir, it looks more like tartan underwear to me, sir. But it could be in that large package over there that you haven't opened. I mean, it's big and bulky enough.
Think so? Have a look for yourself. Whip off the cover. Go on, go ahead.
I will.
Hello?
You, what the... It's a flaming parrot.
Oh, I get it now. I know. You're what's his name, aren't you? You're that David Attenborough.
Look, if I were David Attenborough, I wouldn't be mucking around with a parrot on the Glasgow night train, would I? Be hacking my way through the Borneo jungle, looking for the legendary lost tribe of TV cameramen. The nearest I'll get to adventure tonight is the death-defying ascent to my bivouac in the sky.
29,002.
What's he say, sir? What's that? The height of Everest. He's very good at figures. Come on, lad, it's getting near bedtime. I'll just pop you down here for the night.
Yeah. No, you can't do that, sir. No, that's the lower bunk. You see, you've got to think about the other gentleman.
Other gentleman?
Yes, sir, your fellow passenger.
You mean British Rail are forcing me to spend the night with a complete and total stranger?
Now, only as far as Watford, sir.
What do you mean, only as far as Watford?
Right, so by the time you get to Watford, you'll feel you've known each other for years.
Really?
Yeah, you'll be showing each other photos of the kiddies.
I haven't got any kiddies.
Oh, never mind, sir. You borrow mine. I always carry a spare set. Photos, I mean.
Oh.
There you are. Have a look at that. That's my youngest. That is Frida.
Very nice. He's very grown up, too. Very grown up.
What?
What's up?
Oh, I'm sorry. So that's the wrong set of photos. I do.
This is all beside the point. If I've got to share my cabin, you might at least tell me this fellow's name. It could be anyone. I mean, who is it?
According to my list, sir, he is Sir Henry Carmichael, GFAQ.
Sir Henry GFAQ?
Yes, good for a quid, sir.
Right, good night. Good night. Sir Henry Carmichael, eh? Got to make a good impression if we're going to hit it off. Dignified, but full of charm. That's the thing. Oh, I wish I was on a real train like the Trans-Siberian Express. You get some peace and quiet there. Oh, the huge forest and the romantic baying of the wolves waiting for the guard to fall off. Ah, the little wayside stations where we'd stop for refreshment with samovars on the platform and samovars staying in our seats. And with any luck, the little Russian peasant girl who'd come into my compartment by mistake and say...
Sir Henry Carmichael, CBE, can I come in?
Oh, yes, please do. Sorry about that.
Can you help me in with this damn great suitcase here?
Oh, my word. Hey, that's heavy. What's it got in there? The crown jewel?
Oh, I wish it was, laddie. No, it's just a lot of papers, documents, that sort of thing. Very boring stuff. I wonder if it'll go under the bed. Oh, no such luck. Well, where can I leave the damn thing?
Outside, in the corridor.
Oh, no, I couldn't possibly. I must keep my eye on it.
I thought you said it was full of boring bits of paper.
No, well, so it is, laddie, so it is. Oh, once you've seen one, you've seen them all. Mind you, they're extremely valuable to me. I'll just put the case against the wall here.
I haven't introduced myself yet. Palfrey is the name.
Oh, I'm pleased to meet you.
How's it doing?
I think you deserve a drink after all that hard work.
Thank you.
If you look in the briefcase over there, you'll find a bottle of whiskey. I'll just get the glasses out of the cupboard. Not that case!
Sorry.
The briefcase.
Oh, yes, I see. There you are. One bottle of scotch.
Good. There you are.
Thank you.
Goodness, I need this.
I had a busy day.
Well, in a manner of speaking, yes. I've been chasing around Holborn all day trying to get away from the office.
Ah. Well, here's to crime.
What? Oh, yes, of course. Down the hatch.
Up yours.
What was that you said just now, Palfrey?
Well, here's to crime. As far as I can recall, one of those silly phrases. I'm sorry if it offended you.
I don't know. No, it's just that for a wee minute I thought you said something like...
Up yours.
You did see it then. Now, listen, Palfrey, I think that's a wee bit...
No, I understand now. It wasn't me. It was my parrot.
Your parrot?
Yes. You look under this cloth. There, I'll introduce you. Sir Henry, my parrot. Parrot Sir Henry. Say hello to Sir Henry. Come on. Hello, sir. It was a pretty night, then.
Get lost!
Dear, you must forgive me. He's had a hard day. He's usually fast asleep by 9:30.
9:30!
Ah, now there, see? If there's one thing he can do, it's remember numbers. Between you and me, he's a bit of a dead loss conversationally, but he's got a great head for figures.
Really?
Phone numbers, birthdays, VAT, he's terrific. He knows the height of Everest.
29,002.
Here you are. The width of the channel.
40.
No, the channel isn't 40 miles across. It's 29.
40 kilometres, Sir Henry. This is Britain's first metric parrot, this is. So, Sir Henry, you're something big in the city, are you?
What? Oh, yes, you could say that. Yes, I do quite a lot in banking, sir.
Banking.
Looking after cash flow, that sort of thing. Keeping money on the move.
I wonder if it's a firm I've heard of.
Oh, I shouldn't think so, laddie. No, it's just a wee company called Consolidated Hold-Ups. I mean, Holding. But you ask an awful lot of questions,
You have to in my job. You're never off duty, always observing, deducing, working things out.
What do you do then?
That's confidential, I'm afraid. I wish I could divulge, but I can't.
My dear Palfrey, I mean, if you're in a secret line of business, then I have not the slightest intention of probing into it. Cheers.
Oh, well, since you're obviously a man to be trusted, I don't mind telling you what it is. I am a private detective. Here. What? Here, you all right? You all right?
Yes. Oh, yes, it's only that for one awful moment I thought you said you were a private detective.
Yes, I did. Well, what's so awful about that?
Nothing. It's only that I imagine a private detective to be, dressed more unobtrusively.
Oh, you mustn't be deceived by my kilt and dark glasses. That's just a disguise. Look, here's my card.
Thanks. Matthews and Palfrey, funeral directors. I don't get it.
Well, that's just a front, Sir Henry. Look at the back.
Matthews and Palfrey, private investigators. Oh, I see. What sort of thing do you specialize in? A fraud? Embezzlement? A money matter?
No.
Well, I'm glad to hear that. I mean, it's a mucky sort of business.
Not that I wouldn't like to, but my father wouldn't let me.
Your father?
Yes, he's the head of the firm. He's Palfrey.
Well, who's Matthews?
That's Matthews.
What, the parrot?
Yeah. It's a long story. I never really wanted to go into detection at all, but my father insisted I join the family firm. I've been his divorce specialist ever since.
Divorce? Hey, divorce. And are you on a case at the moment?
That I cannot divulge. All I can reveal about my present journey is that I'm going to see my auntie in Glasgow.
Is she having trouble with her marriage?
You could say that. She's a widow. I don't suppose by any chance that your marriage is on the rocks?
No. I am very much in love with my wife.
Oh.
Not that we ever talk about it, of course.
No, I can't be helped. No. Any of your friends or relatives perhaps need a helping hand to break up their marriage?
Let me think. No. There's Gerald, of course. Oh, no, he changed sex. It's a pity about that. He was a nice chap, Geraldine.
Oh, well, if you do, you can always get in touch with me. Here's my card.
Oh, thanks. Matthews and Palfrey, builders merchants.
That's the back. Look at the front.
Matthews and Palfrey, expert divorce advice from our own correspondent.
That's me. Of course, it's not really me, if you know what I mean. What I dream of is solving a really big criminal case, so my father had to release me from divorce work. And that's why I'm always observing and asking questions. One day I'll stumble across something really big and be the only one to spot the vital clue. Then he'll have to promote me above the parrot. Oh, for instance, I've been observing you ever since you came in without you noticing it, and you'll be surprised at the things I've worked out.
Such as?
Well, you're an important Scottish businessman. You work in London, but you're going back to Glasgow for the weekend. Your wife isn't with you, but you're on good terms with her. You said so yourself. So you're probably going to a men-only affair. I couldn't help noticing there was a lot more whiskey in that case. It's a men-only drinking affair. You're not the football-going type, so there's only one theory that covers all those facts.
Yes?
You're off to your Scottish Regimental annual reunion.
Yes. Yeah, absolutely correct.
Well, which regiment is it? As a matter of interest, just to complete my theory.
Well, it's the Heart of Midlothian Celtic Rangers. By the way, Palfrey, we ought to fix with that steward fellow what time he brings us tea and biscuits in the morning. Now, why don't you slip along and tell him? 7 a.m.
Oh, all right. Now, I'll see you in a few minutes.
That's what you think, laddie. I'm getting out of here this very minute. Just my luck landing in the same compartment as a detective. Thank God he's stupid. I'll just check the case first. Let's check the case, see if it's all there. One pair of pajamas. One new toothbrush. 50,000 brand new fibres. Oh, look at them, every one a picture. Duke of Wellington, if I'm not mistaken. Everyone's in its own little number. 50D930358. Oh, that's poetry, that is. 50D930358, and so on for another 50,000. Right, now let's go.
What kind of biscuit?
What?
What kind of biscuit do you want with tea in the morning, he says. There's ginger nut shortbread or rich buttered Osborne's.
Oh, shortbread will do fine, thanks.
Oh, of course, I should have known. Shortbread for a Scotsman.
That's right, very good. Hoots! The new... Stupid ninny. Now away we go.
50D930358.
Who said that?
50D930358.
Oh, my God, it's a parrot. He's got the serial number.
50D930358.
Right, all right, parrot, you've just signed your death warrant, parrot. I don't like hurting animals, but I don't mind knocking off the senior partner in a detective agency. All right, Matthews, this is it. You're going to meet the great ornithologist in the sky. Here we go. 1, 2, 3.
1, 2, 3.
Oh! Ah, you damn man-eating vulture! You've taken a great chunk out of my finger. Right. If it's a fight you're after, put your wings up.
Ah, there you are, Henry. I do hope he hasn't been bothering you.
Well, he does seem to be a little bit upset.
You haven't been asking him difficult questions, have you? I've known him get quite hysterical when he couldn't work out a bit of long division. You see, it's really just memorising things he's best at, isn't it, Matthews?
50D930358.
That's a new one on me. Have you been teaching him something?
No, it's my phone number.
Oh, it's nice. He can ring you up any time now. Well, it really is time for his bed. If you don't get his full beauty sleep, he gets terribly tired, spends all day just hanging from his perch. There. Night-night.
Yes, talking of night-night, Sir Henry, don't you think we ought to turn in ourselves?
I'm not turning myself in. Oh, yes. Yes, I think you're quite right. You wouldn't like me to take Matthews for a walk before we go to bed. Just out for a bit of fresh air.
No, I don't think so.
What a shame.
Yes, well, I think I'll take the top bunk now. Now it's time for me to do what I do every night.
What's that?
Quite simple. Get undressed, pyjamas on, jump into bed, read my book, lights off, head down. Lights on again, jump out of bed, brush teeth and back to bed again.
Palfrey, are you asleep? Good. Oh, Matthews, I've got a lovely wee surprise for you. I've decided to spare your life. In fact, I'm going to give you your freedom. Now, when I open your cage door, you'll find yourself facing an open window. Now, what I want you to do is fly through it. Up you go, off with you, and keep your big beak shut. Aye, good riddance. Oh, excuse me, sir. Oh, Stuart. I'll be in Glasgow already. You just put the tea and the biscuits down over there.
What? No, sir. Not quite in Glasgow yet, sir.
Oh, Carlisle, perhaps?
Not exactly.
Crewe?
Well, Euston, actually, sir. Yes, Euston, London. Train will be leaving in about 5 minutes.
You woke me up to tell me that.
No, sir. As a matter of fact, I have got a police officer with me, and he would like...
What? Tell him to go away. Tell him we're asleep. Tell him we don't want any today, thank you. Tell him we're full up. There's no room left. Tell him anything, but get rid of him.
No, sir, he doesn't want you, sir. It's Mr. Palfrey he's after.
Oh, I see. Well, in that case, where are your manners? Don't leave him standing in the drafty corridor. Bring him in.
Certainly,
sir. Which one of you two gentlemen is Mr. Palfrey, please?
He's in the upper bunk, fast asleep.
I see. And you are?
I'm in the lower bunk, wide awake.
Yes, so I see, sir. And your name?
Sir Henry Carmichael, CBE.
Oh, I'm sorry to disturb you, Sir Henry. Mr. Palfrey,
Mr. Palfrey!
What's happened?
Sergeant Butler, British Rail Police, sir.
What?
I'd like your help, if you don't mind.
Oh, it's happened at last. I knew you'd see the light sooner or later and come to me for help. They've sent for me to help them out. Baffled, puzzled, helpless. You confessed yourselves beaten when suddenly someone came along and said, let's send for Palfrey.
Palfrey?
Yeah, Palfrey. Matthews and Palfrey. I think I've got a card here under my pillow. There you are. Now, just give me the facts of the case as you know them and leave the rest to me.
There's nothing much to say, really, sir. It's just that we think this parrot belongs to you.
What you doing with my parrot?
We found it on the station, having a right old argument with an I speak your weight machine. Someone told us they'd seen it coming out of a window from this train, and the steward traced it back here.
But how did he get out of his... Oh, Matthews, what have you been up to?
No harm done, sir. Just pop him back in his cage, and this time make sure the door's fastened properly, eh? Because we don't really have the time to chase round after escaped parrots when we're meant to be keeping our eyes open for a bank robber on the run.
Oh, yes, I've read about him. Haven't you got him yet, then?
No, not yet, no. Well, we'll get him sooner or later. There's always something that gives them away. Some little slip, some detail they forget, and we'll be onto him like a flash.
50D 9303.
Good night, officer. Good night, sir.
Good night, Sergeant. Remember, I'll be here if you ever need me. Well, somewhere between here and Glasgow. If I should catch the bank robber, I'll give you a ring.
Yeah, you do that, sir. Good night.
50D 9303 58.
And good night to you, little parrot. Oh, he does love his numbers, doesn't he?
Oh, yes. He can't wait for you to get home in the evening and switch on Open University.
Good night, then.
Good night.
What did that parrot say just now?
66. All the sixes.
No, before that.
50D 9303 58.
That's it. That's a very familiar number, that is. Of course, it's one of the fivers.
It's what? What do you mean?
It's the opening serial number of one of those notes from Oban. I must ask everyone to stay where they are while I ask a few questions. Mr. Palfrey, can you explain how your parrot is the only person outside the police force who knows the exact number of a fiver stolen in Oban this afternoon?
My dear Sergeant, are you trying to suggest that my parrot spent this afternoon in Oban walking into a bank, pointing his wing at a cashier and flying off with $250,000? You didn't, did you, Matthews? No, of course not. For one thing, he doesn't need the money. I give him 50p every week. He spends any of it, do you? No.
divorce specialist either. Bet you guessed. No, in fact, I've never been divorced in my life. I'm really a phony, I suppose, a see-through person. For years I've been kidding myself I could be a great detective, and what happened? I almost get arrested as a bank.
We've got you taken care of, Sergeant Houston.
Thank you. That was fast.
Still, I'm not quite alone. I've always got Matthews. You can trust Matthews even if you can't trust me. You do believe me. Don't use the head.